That worked. We're back. I'm doing the same thing. I'm just picking up where I left off just a little bit ago. I am really just having fun with some cool pipelines, and let's just go. I don't know what else to say. That's all there is to it. Let's bring up our pipelines. Let's see if we can take a look here. And yeah, I, it's cool because I like the visual. I like being able to see my pipelines like this. This is why I like this tool, especially if I'm giving a demo. This is going to be visual. We can watch things as they go through, because seeing the text scroll on the screen is one thing. Yeah, it works, but having this representation so that I can go back and I can talk about different sections of that path to production. The thing is, I'm a big fan of Spring Boot, and one of the reasons I'm a big fan of Spring Boot is because of the production ready features. But in order to take advantage of the production ready features, you've got to get to production. So here on this channel, on these channels, we're going to talk about getting to production, and typically we'll call that path to production. We'll refer to a pipeline or software supply chain. It's got tons of names, but sometimes it's nice to take a look and see what it looks like. So that's what we're doing. We're building pipelines that are pretty, that work, that are very customizable, and we're gonna go forward. So we're gonna play. This is a tool that I haven't used a lot lately, so I'm trying to like relearn the tool, this Concourse open source platform for CI, and that's what I'm doing. I'm just kind of working through the docs and resetting, right? Because I did COBOL 10 years ago doesn't mean I'm a COBOL developer, but I'm comfortable jumping back into COBOL. Same thing with any tool, anything that you've got some experience in. Doing it 10 years ago doesn't mean you have 10 years of experience doing it. You might have had 1 year of experience doing it 10 years ago. So sometimes you got to refresh, and I'm doing a refresh on my Concourse development. It wasn't 10 years. Concourse has been around for a while, but that's what I'm doing. I'm digging in. I've got a bunch of cool resources floating around, and I'll find them eventually. But I got to refresh myself, my skills, flex those muscles a little bit, and remind myself how much fun it is and how easy it is to get up and going. So I've just been going through the docs, and now I have some specific things that I want to do. First of all, I want to like organize these pipelines into teams. One of the reasons I'm digging in, I should probably put this in a different repository. One of the reasons I like Concourse is because I can have all my pipelines defined in source code. I can have it as YAML, and I can push things up. I can do commits, and I can have my pipelines updated as software, as code from a Git repository, just like everything else. Everything as code is a great way to live, because when I make a mistake, I can roll back, right? Especially if I've got a system in place. Simon, I am so glad that you're here. Simon says, hello, an interesting rollout deploy discussion for a future video might be the massive CrowdStrike failure and lobbying for a staggered rollout. Like this is absolutely, CrowdStrike happened. The failure where a bug was released, and it was released to everybody. So there's blue screens all over the globe. we learned that like maybe that's not the best way. You can have these gates. I can deploy something to some group and validate before going on to the rest of the world. Let me validate some environments, right? This is an example of a gate in a Concourse pipeline. Hey, I pushed out my stuff, and it deployed to a handful of environments. And once those have gone green, once those pushes have worked, then I can say, hey, yes, cool. Those have worked. Now I'm going to manually trigger. This is a manual trigger in Concourse. That's the dash line. I'm going to manually trigger this. And as long as this one's done, now I will do the things after. I'll do the other regions, the other environments, the other clouds. This is an example. There's so many unique strategies, but what you've just talked about, like there are tons of strategies. I like to draw pictures. One of the things that I plan on getting here is like, I have like a main branch of code that has its path that goes through. One of the unique approaches is when I get a branch of that code, right? Branch A. What do you do when you have a branch? Do you have pipelines that run? I want to have pipelines for what I'm working on coming up for VMware Explorer in Spring 1. I'm going to show some examples of having these multi-branch pipelines so that when somebody is working on a branch, I'm going to make sure that that branch is still passing. Before they do the merge, I want to make sure that the branch is validated, and that's for every branch of that repository. I want to have code that goes and executes it. And because I'm cleaning up behind myself, when I'm standing up infrastructure to do my path to production software supply chain work, I'm going to tear it down afterwards. So I'm okay with having a dozen or 100 or 1,000 branches of code that are all being validated, because the infrastructure that they're using, I'm using things like test containers to stand up and do the validation. I'm using things like Cloud Foundry to stand up a space, deploy the infrastructure, and when it's done, shut it down. Kubernetes, a namespace, like stand it up, do my tests, and then tear it down. I'm not leaving, and nor should you, right? Like I see this a lot, and this is just one of those cheat codes, right? Dev, test, stage, whatever. Dev, test, stage. Let's do one more. You might be wondering, somebody in your company is wondering, like, why is it costing us so much money to run our company? And at the same time, 24/7, 365, all of these environments are up and running all the time. Whether it's in your data center or especially in the cloud, if you've got dev, test, and stage running, and this one, let's call prod, right? This is the only one that needs to be up 24/7. And sometimes that's not even the case. This one should be up 24/7. Everything else should be ephemeral. And that's what I'm going to display here. And this is, I'm borrowing from a project from my friend Marcin around Spring Cloud Pipelines. This concept is old, it's tried and true, and it works. If you're not delivering code on the weekends, right? Even if you are only up 5 out of 7 days, that's a nice percentage. That's a nice savings. If you can shut down this non-prod environment in the cloud to where you're not paying for every minute that it's up, if you can shut that down, that's a nice savings. And what I'm saying is do that for everything, right? Like clean up behind yourself, because if there's no code that's going to production, because a lot of times what's happening for every org, right? Let's go over here to github.com, JavaGrunt. For every org, for every big A app portfolio, you have a dev, test, stage, or whatever. You have multiple environments, and you shouldn't, right? Especially if you're an enterprise organization that has hundreds or thousands of big A apps that are working for you, your customers, your partners. How much infrastructure is up and running 24/7 that doesn't need to be up and running 24/7? And it's conceptual, and it sounds hard, and it sounds like a pain, but it's this savings, it's these little things, this attention to detail that's, once it's in place, you're going to kick yourself if you ever take it away. You're like, why is this up? Right now, for me, it's 9:39 p.m. There's not a lot of people that are pushing code right now in my org here. So the apps that I'm working on, JavaGrunt, like, it doesn't need to have dev test stage up and running. So now my job, what I'm going to do, what you're going to see, stay tuned, you're going to see a lot of Concourse, this tool that lives over here, concourse-ci.org. You're going to see a lot of this coming from me in the near future, and maybe into the deep long future, because it's pretty easy to set up, and it's pretty awesome. There's a Helm chart. You can get it up and running, and I'm running this on a Kind cluster. It's also running Karifi, and I'm putting some things together because I'm really excited about VMware Explorer, and I have a demo. I'm gonna try to add some of this to another demo that I've been showing for a few months. I'm gonna try to add some Concourse flair and some real life CI, because that's where I'm focusing. I want to add some of that to this demo, and that's what I'm gonna try to do before I've got a whole like 5 hours, 6 hours to get it done. So it might be cool, it might be boring, but we're gonna figure it out. And if you're sticking around, we'll figure it out together. But Simon, I am always so grateful that you show up for me, for my teammates. You're always showing up in our streams, and not just showing up, but you also show up and you help out. You're providing feedback, you're answering questions in the chat, and I just want to say thank you. I really do. And I think I want to talk to you about something offline, and we'll do that offline. But I think I might want to connect the dots on something. So thank you for being here, and let's see. So that'll work 24/7. We're not doing that. Let's get back to our pipelines. And all that I'm doing is I'm kind of working through this stuff. So there's something specific that I want to do. I want to, first of all, I want to build a pipeline that will, let's do this. I want to build a pipeline that will validate tests. If I do the tests, test. I don't know if there's any integration tests that I need to do. I'm going to do the unit tests. And then what I'm going to do is I just want to build an image. I'm going to build an image, OCI. And I want to push that OCI image to a private repo on Hub. So because I'm doing this private, this is going to require this will require it's going to require some credentials. Actually, lots of credentials. It's gonna have like dot. It's a private repo, private GitHub repo that I've got to log into, and I don't even know if I can. I don't even know if I can do that. I'll have to be connected to the VPN, right? So I'm thinking out loud, connected to the VPN. So I might need to put this on a different machine, and that's absolutely okay. So I have a path to do that. So for this one, I'm going to have a separate Concourse instance, right? Separate. That's connected to the VPN. That way I can authenticate, I'll be able to pull the private repo, and I'll be able to push that private repo. So that's okay. That's probably not going to make for a good stream doing all this stuff in private. Like that's no fun for anybody. So this is like the big picture. This is what I want to do at some point, or maybe I can do that on a different screen. But on top of this, see, I need to have this in order to do the other cool things that I want to do in this pipeline. I've got to use one of the tools here. I need to use that as a resource in these other pipelines. So Concourse has this. Concourse allows me to make these custom resources. So that's what I need here is this piece here is going to be a custom resource. That's what this image is going to be. It's going to be a custom resource that I can use in my pipelines. So we're going to kind of like shortcut it a little bit. But what we'll do is, let me see if I can put the button up here. I'm going to see what's running on that other machine. I'm going to show you under the hood. I like Karifi. Karifi is Cloud Foundry for Kubernetes, but I like it even more because let's do the Karifi tutorial because I can do some really cool things with it. On my laptop, I can have like kind of a Cloud Foundry CF push experience. I don't have to think about a lot, and I can be using Kubernetes under the covers. And I like this little setup here. So I'm gonna go look at this other machine. Sorry, I got the hiccups here. We're gonna go peek on this other machine. Hopefully, I'm gonna try not to expose any of my passwords. But actually, let's just do this. Let's see what's running. Docker, yes, nothing. So I don't have Docker running over there. So let's fix that. Fix that. It's on a different machine. So let's get Docker running. So we do that. And I talk about keys, and look who shows up. Well, well, well. Hi. I'm happy to see you. I'm glad that you're here. I realize at different times of the day, I've got different crowds, and it's fun. I like what I do. So I'm glad that you're here. I haven't shown any secrets yet. Let's see what we have here. Let's go Docker PS. See if we have any. So we have K3D running. And that's it. We have K3D, the server load balancer in the server. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I want to stand up Karifi. And I think that I can just do this straight. So Karifi, again, I'm going to set up a new cluster. So on this box, oh, hello. Where's my, hello? Why? What happened? I lost all my typey. That's not good. Let's try that again. Terminate. It was like, hey, I'm connected VPN. Let's try that again. I'm trying to connect to another box. Logged in. And that box needs to be connected to a VPN in order to do things. Hey, and I appreciate it. If any keys, I know that you'll be there. You'll get a little joy out of it. So yeah, like, it can be worse, right? I mean, if I'm going to share keys, I want to share it with people that I love, right? That's the good thing. So what happened here? Did my IP change or what? It did. Well, that's weird. What's happening? All I did, I started Docker, and now all of a sudden I'm not playing nice. Maybe I have one too many VPNs connected. Wait, let's do this. Let's see if this helps. We're gonna reset some VPNs. We got all the super safe stuff. So let's flip some switches. Let's stop it and restart it because we're in tech, right? So let's see what happens. Let's try this again. Ping. Let's see if I'm pinging the right IP. No, that's not the right IP. But if I SSH, this should say we're not doing the DNS. Let's get to that, the real IP. There we go. Now let's do Docker PS. There we go. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna go over here to find Sean, and I have this thing, and there's tokens over here. So let's be real careful. I'm gonna do vendor sync, and what this is gonna do, it's gonna pull down the Karifi repo. I hope. Oops. Let's see. Is it doing it? I want to see if it pulls down. Pull the demo magic. Did it pull down Karifi? Let's look at this vendor. YAML. Oh no, I had it commented out. Let's do this. Hello, because I want to use Karifi as like an easy way of getting an environment up. And then I'm gonna deploy Concourse to that, so that'll be connected to the VPN. Then I can do some interesting things, and I'll do that on the side. I'll try to share all the cool stuff. And again, I'm hoping I'm not sharing any secrets out here. Keep me honest. So I started Docker. Um, and Docker is great. It works for containerized workloads, and a lot of the other things that I'm interested in doing, like running Cloud Foundry or Karifi or Kubernetes, I can actually do on top of Docker. And because I've got Docker consistent across a lot of places, I can do Cloud Foundry, Kubernetes, Karifi kind of things across a lot of places. So it gives me another layer of abstraction on top of the infrastructure. But in right here, I've got Macs, I've got Linux, I've got, of course, Raspberry Pis. So having Docker as my abstraction layer allows me to do things over this different infrastructure. And that's all right. Okay, it could be worse, right? I could be, going down the hall and with a bunch of floppy disks in my hand and putting those into the drives, right? I mean, I'm not that old. I'm just saying, like, it could be worse. What I've heard. So we're here. We're on this box. I updated, and now I'm gonna do this vendor sync again because I just know that it's here, and this is an easy way for me to get it. Yeah. I mean, floppies work. I mean, I never dealt with floppies. I'm not that old. I'm just saying. I think I've seen them in a museum. Saw them on the internet. They come in the built-in. Yes, fidget. Yes, absolutely. Uh, so demo advisor and Karifi. So did that work? So if it did, I should be in here. I should have, whoops, in vendor. Hello. I should have a Karifi directory that looks like it just got updated. So in here, uh-oh. I'm going to go ahead and say allow. All right, so something didn't work. That's okay. We're going to ignore it. But what we're going to do is we are going to stand up Karifi. And I'm going to go look over here for the commands I want to run. Init Karifi. Let's do it so I can copy paste. Here we're at. Here. So we're going to say, hey, deploy this. I'm running this command, vendor Karifi, in the scripts directory, deploy on kind Karifi. Let's see if it works. So this is on, again, on the other machine. I'm standing up Karifi, which is also, it stands up a kind cluster, and then it runs Karifi on top of it. So it's grabbing a bunch of stuff. So it's doing all the things under the covers. This is great. Do I see it creating the cluster? I'm looking at my Docker desktop on the other machine to see if it's deploying that cluster. I should see a new container. There it is. I see my Karifi control plane. All right, so fantastic. So this is working, but that's on the other box. I have another instance running. So we're going to learn some things about Concourse. We're going to build things out. If you came here for a tutorial, this is not it. This is me trying to build something out so I can show somebody something cool. I can make a demonstration a little bit fancier, a little bit cooler, make it a little bit more valuable. And then, yeah, later on, maybe we'll do a tutorial, but that's not normally how I operate. I'm just going to go and learn. We're going to learn together. I know that I've got some friends that are streaming right now. Maybe they'll show up later, but that's what we're going to get into. Building pipelines. A lot of times people dig in, and I said this earlier today, people kind of dig into the GitHub Actions and having GitHub Actions for every repository, and that's great, but it makes it really difficult when you want to like change something across your organization. And believe me, I was in that camp of, don't worry, I'll take care of my CI/CD. I'll do it, and I know my app better than you, so don't worry about it. But today, when it's CrowdStrike, right, that happened, I didn't want to be responsible. I don't know what happened, but I would much rather have to worry about like the features in my repository than worry about all the things that need to happen in order to get that to production safely. Wouldn't it be nice? Typically in orgs, there's good, better, and best buckets, right? In every enterprise org, big or small, there are buckets of teams, there are buckets of apps that are good, better, and best. And wouldn't it be nice if your CI is centralized? Everybody can be on the best possible CI. You can have all the things. If you check the box for HIPAA compliance and you're signing your containers, you're checking all those boxes. If you're grabbing metadata, if you're getting the provenance, you're capturing all of that information on your path to production, why not let everybody do the same thing? So we put that YAML. Let's go and build a new repo. Let's do this. GitHub. Now we're going to build a new repo for some Concourse pipelines. Let's do this. We're just going to put this on some Concourse pipelines. Sure. We're going to make it public. Yeah, and this will be fun. Like I want you to use these. So let's go. We're going to make some Concourse pipelines. We're going to do it public, and we're going to, yeah. Let's do that. So that's installing over there. We're going to leave that there. We're going to open up a new tab. And I've got beeps in my ear. I want to make sure that I'm not missing. I still have the working going on. And you know what else? It's late. And Pink, you're always really honest with me and you help me out with these things. I'm going to put on a little bit of music. Player.monster cat. Because I have a lot of work to do before 6 a.m. my time. So I gotta get some flow happening. I have to get some things working. And I'll be honest, I'm going to focus on this demo before I focus on my expense reports. I really should be doing my expense reports, but I can't. I'm gonna focus on this demo. So let's get some music going, and I'm going to ask you to help me and make sure that it sounds okay, because I think my kids have been messing with this stuff. So let me make some adjustments. I'll try to keep it quiet-ish. The silence is deafening. So let's get some music going, and this should put the music in my ear, and it does. That's fantastic. So I'm gonna make the music nice and quiet, nice and just a teeny tiny bit of music. Fantastic. Okay, so now I have some music in my ears, and let's see if we can open that up. Let's get a little background music, so everybody can not hear the fans and the stuff. So let me hit this button. Let's go to the audio. We're going to change from the mic to the stream. And yeah, then I'm gonna ask, like, hey, now that I've got the stream going, do I have the right levels? I think Emma. And let me do this too, because I appreciate you guys. Let's do this twitch.tv. We're streaming on a bunch of channels, but I've got some favorite people. Did I do this? Yes. I think Emma's a moderator. So, like, can I do the / shout out? And I don't think you stream. I think you're more like me in the fact that, like, you like to watch Twitch. But I appreciate you for being here. And I'm going to do the same thing in just a minute. I have to wait a minute. But I want to do the same thing for Simon. Oh, wait. How was I not following you? I mean, that's silly. But I want to do the same thing. Simon, wait. Can I do this too? Because Simon is awesome. Watch this. Simon. I'm going to do this first. Boom. Did I do it? Java granted moderator privileges to Simon. Thank you for being here. right? That just like don't, you're not obligated to hang out, but you're here and I trust you. We've been doing this for a long time now. Yeah, just to help keep eye on things. And it's cool. Like you're a part of my unit and my group thing, and I appreciate it. Yeah. So I can turn up the music a little bit. Let's see if I hit that no right there. How about? I think we got a good balance here, and I appreciate you. And like, if you're streaming once a year, like, I want to be there. Oh, and the Ludum Dare stuff, like that is cool. Huh. So yeah, I don't wanna miss that. So I'm following. I want to make sure that I'm hitting the buttons, so I get notifications if you do follow. But the way that I operate normally during the day is I'm watching Twitch. I have the screen over there. Oh, I bet you're hearing this echo. There we go. I don't think we hear the music on the stream, only through your headphones. Okay. What did I do wrong? Okay, let's check here. Let me see where I have the music going to. Where's the buttons? Okay, the music going to game. I see game. I turned game up for the stream. So let's do this. Let's turn it all the way up and let's see if that works. And I have double check, make sure I got the video, the stream and chat. Oh, there we go. I'll bet you that button makes a difference. So let's see. Now the audio is bad. Oh, but it was because that reduced the there's a reduced noise thing. I turned it off. Okay, fantastic. I think we're okay. So are the levels okay? I need to get this set so that I can come back and it's right here. So now the music is a bit loud. Okay, let's turn it back now. How about there? There's a checkbox that says reduce background noise, and sometimes it's trying to reduce the music that I'm trying to put on, and it sounds like really ugh. And I had that button checked, so I just turned that off. So now I turned it down a little bit. Let's see, are the levels okay? Because I'm feeling good, and I don't want the music to be like overwhelming. And this song is kind of weird, so let's maybe this little. Let's hit this button. Let's see if we can find something. You know what? We're gonna switch it up. We're gonna change the moods. Here we go. All right, now we're good. We're good. We got a little bit of mood music. So now let's make some pipelines. Let's go here. CD fun, Sean. Let's GitHub repo clone Concourse pipelines. I'm using the GitHub client to do that. So we can go into Concourse pipelines, and I can open up my IntelliJ. And I was already working earlier. I was working on another just simple example. So let's go grab that. Let's grab that example. And let's get it into this repo. Another thing is I'm going to move this to this side. This is my favorite. I want it to be over here. I like this. It makes more sense, especially like on the stream here, like having the project view over here, like that's easier. I'm not blocking any code and I can see the stuff. Plus my code goes left to right. So we're here. Let's make let's make a new file. Sample.yaml. And of course we're going to add it. I like having my pipelines in a Git repository so I can do things like back them out and update and validate on branches, and I can do things. Treating my pipelines like a product so I can be smart. So let's do this. I'm gonna make a directory called tasks. because there's this task example. I'm going to copy that over here. There's a print date, and this is straight from the documentation on the GitHub site. So here, that's in Concourse pipeline tasks print date. And then we're going to take this one. And this has a bunch of examples blended in. Actually, let's rename this to Hello World. And let's put it into a directory. Sample pipelines. Let's put it there. And then let's rename it to Hello World. Refactor. Rename Hello World. So that is the pipeline that is running here. That's this pipeline. All right, so we have it. Let's see if we can update it. Let me check my ear here. Make sure that I'm nice. Yep, 100%. Just answering the work things. Come in. I am pumped. So we're moving. We have code, we have pipelines, but what we want to do is we want to take this pipeline and we want to make some edits and we want to push it because that's the way that this works. I'm going to grab, this is the laptop I was working on earlier. I just want to grab, because I have to log in to my Concourse. I'm not logged in. I have Concourse set up to authenticate using GitHub, which is easy to do. So let's jump through here. And what I'm going to do is I want to capture, I want to capture for my own notes inside of this. I want to capture how to test it. So what I want to do is say, hey, fly-t local. I think I need to authenticate, and I think I name it. So this one's going to be called Kaiju, and then I want to not trigger job. I want to set pipeline -p hello world -c. Yep, sample pipelines hello world.yaml. And is there anything else I need to do? No. That's how I'm going to do it. And then to trigger it, fly-t kaiju. Trigger job. The job name is hello world hello -world hello world job. This is the file. This is the pipeline. This is the pipeline. This is the job, the hello world job. And watch. So those are my little tests. Those are my notes to myself. So when I come back to this repository, I know how to do this. So in the README, I need to explain, like, log in, right? So how do we do that? Let's remind ourselves. We want to do history pipe grep fly pipe grep login. Let's first say let's fly targets. Oh, I don't have fly installed, so let's do first things first. So let's put this, slide it away. The cool thing about Concourse is when you deploy Concourse, it gives you access to the CLIs. I'm running on Mac. But this one says Arch AMD Platform Darwin. So let's click that, and it's gonna, that's the AMD one, so I don't want that. So let's go over here to github.com Concourse, I think, yep. And then we'll look at Concourse. Let's peek back at, what was that URL? It was, oh, it's included in, right, the platform delivers that version. But I want to do, let's go look at the docs. Install. Where's the install fly? So there's Linux, there's Mac. I need to change this one. So let's run this command. But we're going to change it a tiny bit. Instead of AMD 64. Oh wait, but then that's still pulling from this. I don't want to do that. Let's open this link. I want to grab the one from GitHub, which is probably here somewhere, and maybe it's, there's a fly, or maybe it's just included. Maybe I'm wrong. Sorry. Go to repositories. Is there a fly? No. So where does the binary live? The CLI. It must be in here. And I'm going to look over here in the releases. And then in that set of releases, here we go. Fly. Darwin AMD. Darwin AMD. There is no ARM64. So it's relying on the emulation, which is interesting to me. So I can do this. I didn't need to do that. I can run, not that command, and go and grab this version. And we'll rely on the underlying emulation provided by Mac to run x86 code. I'll let that download. And then what we'll do is we will sudo install downloads fly to user local bin fly. Cool. Fly version. Yeah. Fly cannot be opened because of verifier. Okay. Let's do the security thing, because I trust it. Oh, not that one. I'm going to do it this way. Actually, pink empty chair. I'm going to do this. I'm going to slide over here, because I don't know what I'm going to show on this screen. But I'm going to go over to the privacy and security. And typically at the bottom of that, it's going to show me that Fly was blocked from use because it's not from an identified developer. And I click the allow anyways. I put in my password, big boy. And then I say modify settings. And now, if I do Fly version, I sure want, yeah, I just said that. Open it. There you go, 7.11.2. Fantastic, I'm feeling good. All right, now, what we want to do is we want to log in. We want to log into this Concourse environment. So I'm going to say fly targets, and I probably don't have one. That's fine. Fly login. What I want to do is I can do a Concourse target name. How do I set? How do I have multiple ones? If I do Concourse URL, that's what I want to do. I want to do fly login -c https kaiju sean.cc. Name for the target must be specified. So here, let's say target, and over here I called it kaiju. So now it says, hey, go over there, log in. I'm using the GitHub auth. So I'm already authenticated. I'm gonna copy this just in case, but, oh, yep, I needed to copy it. So I have to put that there and I hit enter, so target saved. So now I have fly targets and I can talk to that instance. And that's important, right? Because I can use this same CLI. Remember, I'm building another one. There's going to be another one that lands over here on this VPN box, and I want to be able to connect to that and do other things. So hey, things are good. It looks like it's working. Fantastic. On this box, I'm jumping back and forth, which I shouldn't do. That's not a good stream. Let's close this. We have Fly installed. We're looking good. We have some pipelines. And what we want to do is let's set this pipeline. As an example, let's set this pipeline and see what happens. And I think that when I run this command, I think that because there's no deltas, this is the same version that's in, that's already deployed. I think it'll say, hey, there's no changes. Perhaps. No. So, oh, I added a trigger. So before I added a trigger. So that's the only delta is I've added a trigger, a resource that says, hey, let's run this every day in between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. Okay, that sounds like a good deal. Let's throw that in there. And it says, hey, it's not used anywhere. So I've added a resource that's not used, and my pipeline is like, hey, you're not using it. Why would you do this? So let's add something silly. Let's do something. Like, what should we do every day between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.? Let's grab a new name. Daily hello. And what that's going to do is just this up here. I'm going to copy this task. That's part of this daily hello job. Plan. Yep. Get that trigger. Cool. And hello world task. So we're going to do that. We're going to put that simple task in that just says hello. Fantastic. I think we're set. So now let's try that again. Let's fly that up to our concourse. Now we've got a few changes and it works. So now we can go look at our concourse. And again, concourse is pretty. But now I got this daily trigger that's just going to say hello between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. But I can also trigger that. I don't have to wait. I can go and validate that again because I put those commands here. I can say, go. Let's just go run it and see what it does. Let's trigger it. Started. Hello world job 13. Oh, but I only triggered the hello world job. I only triggered this part. I didn't trigger the daily hello. So let's trigger the daily hello. That worked. Let's trigger daily hello. And what's going to happen is this guy is going to light up. Hopefully. There we go. Pending. Light up. All we want it to do is light up so we can see that it's working. This is valid. This is pipelines, especially when you're working with dozens or hundreds of repositories. Having some visual representation of where things are is helpful. If nothing else, it's helpful. So it's waiting for something. I thought I did the trigger job, but maybe now it's just going to wait until 1 a.m. before it fires. It says discovering any new versions. Right, it's waiting, so I can't trigger that manually. But let's do this. Go ahead and stop. We're okay. We're okay. What could possibly go on? It's fine. All right, so that's there. We're cooking with gas. We have some triggers. I'm just throwing some examples to remind myself on how to build these pipelines because I got some things I want to do. So I have normally here, I'm working out of this repo, Java Grunt comp. So what I would like to do is I'd like to have, there's this concept of teams. I like to organize teams around GitHub repositories. And when I set up this concourse, I tried to set up teams, but it didn't work properly. My YAML isn't working, so I'll fix that. But we're here. Let me go remind myself how to do teams. Let's see if we can find off in teams. Configuring off, configuring GitHub off. That's what I tried to do. Managing teams, we can create a team. So once you've logged in as the main team of Fly, you can run fly set team to create or update other teams. Users with a owner role can also update their own configuration with the same command. For example, to create a new team that authorizes the local foo user, you would run this. So let's put that on the side, and let's go over here, and we'll just throw this into the README. First of all, our dash log into Concourse. Ooh. We did this. And then we're going to create a team. I'm leaving notes to myself. I do have a mission. I'm going to have, hopefully by 6 a.m., I'm going to have some really cool pipelines that go along with a really cool demo. So here we're going to grab this and we're going to make this readable. So it says fly t. We're going to use this one. We're going to set this team. We're going to create a team called, we're going to call one Java grunt-com. But we don't want to use a local user. I want this to be a GitHub user. So let's see if we can do that. Let's see if we can do fly set team. Let's see if we can do there's GitHub user, GitHub org, a whitelisted GitHub org. So I'm going to try this so that anybody that is in this org can use this pipeline, can see this pipeline. Or maybe I should do both. Let's do this way. Let's do GitHub dash user equals, hi, my name is Deshaun, but also GitHub dash org equals Java grunt dash com. So we're setting a new team called Java grunt-com and I should be able to view it. I'm logged in as Deshaun, but also anybody that has access to GitHub org should be able to view it. I mean, let's try it. What could go wrong? So far, I don't think that I've exposed any credentials. Pink Emma. So here, I've set access. Now, Pink Emma, do you have GitHub access? Or Simon? I know Simon does. I have Simon. I have his repo. But now, what I'm expecting is that there's going to be a team, but that team has no pipelines. But I expect to see a team. I expect to see some representation of Java grunt. I have some GitHub somewhere, yeah. Pink Emma, what I would like to do is I'd like to borrow you for a second. I want to see if I can add your GitHub account. Can you set team name? So I didn't create a team. What I'm doing is I'm saying, hey, for this Java grunt-com, I want to add GitHub user equals, I want to add you. If you wouldn't mind sharing, or if it's private or something, we'll figure out a different way. But I'd appreciate that. Or you send it to me in a whisper. Pink Emma, of course it is. Pink Emma. So this should put you into this group and you should be able to see these pipelines. So first, before I hit this button, I want to go here and I want to make sure that I'm sane. So there's my Java grunt-com that doesn't have any pipelines, but I can now see this group. I want you to go here, if you don't mind. I'd like for you to go here and see if you can see this Concourse that's running on my laptop. And you shouldn't see Java Grunt Conf. You should be able to log in, maybe. No, actually, you might not be able to log in because I haven't given you any access. I haven't put you in any teams. So let's see. You should be able to hit this URL here, but you shouldn't be able to log in. It should say, 403 unauthorized. Let's see if that works. Or anybody. I guess anybody that's watching can go to this Concourse that's running on this machine inside of a kind cluster. Oh, you're in. So you were able to log in, even though I didn't add you any teams. Do you see anything? But you don't see any pipelines because you're not in any team. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I'll accept that. You've logged in. You've authenticated. Cool. Now let's do this. Let's add you to a team. To my team. You're on my team. And so yeah, Pink Emma's there. So now you're on my team. And now if you refresh, you should see this Java Grunt team that doesn't have any pipelines and the best team. Yeah. And hopefully if logic, right? Todd, I'm so happy that you're here. Welcome. I'm doing pipeline stuff, and it just popped up. Well, that's fancy. It just showed up. It's like, oh, hey, I found some stuff for you. Well, that's cool. So our authentication works, and Todd's here. Let's do a shout out to Todd. Todd's here. Todd is. Yes, amazing. He's fun. He doesn't just stream coding. He also, I noticed that he was doing some Dungeons and Dragons online the other day. Maybe that was yesterday. Maybe it was today. But yeah, Todd's fun. He's a great presenter. He's super smart. And yeah, and you should check him out if you haven't. So thanks, Todd. I'm glad that you're here. I'm going through and I'm building out pipelines using Concourse CI. I appreciate that there's tons of other options and everybody has their favorite, but this one's mine. And it's going to be similar. I'm going to do a lot of the same things, but this one's mine. I like it because I've got a demo at 6 a.m. in the morning. 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. I got a demo early in the morning for some folks on the other side of the world, closer to Pink Emma. And I have a demo that's running, but I'd like to show the demo as pipelines. I'd like to show it running in a slightly different way. And now that I say that, I'm kind of really, my mind's running on something else, but I'm going to show it. I'm going to use these Concourse pipelines. And what I just did now was I built another team. Would you like to be a part of my team? Todd, do you have if you don't mind, would you mind sharing your GitHub username? You can do it as a whisper or in the chat, either way, because I'm going to add you to my team. I'm building out this thing, and part of the process is I want to have everything as code. So I'm going to build these things, and I got to build my teams and my orgs as code as well. Right now I'm doing it, command line, but I should be able to pull all of this out and put it into XML so it can be in my Git repository. So I can do this. Everything as code. There we go. Cola bottles. So I'm gonna do the same thing here. -t -t kanju set team name Java Grunt. This is the team that we just made. -- GitHub user equals cola bottles. So now, right now, you could log in because it's GitHub off, but you won't see any pipelines. But after I run this command, you will be able to log in and you won't see any pipelines, but you'll see a team. So let's put a Java Grunt pipeline in place so that Pink Emma and Todd Libby can see some pipelines. And we're making progress. This is fun, right? That's simple stuff if we're doing the admin. But as an admin, I don't want to be running command line stuff. I don't trust myself to copy paste stuff. I want this all as YAML. That's the idea. So in this other repository that's building things, the definitions that I had for the groups and the orgs, they didn't stick. There was a problem. So we're just kind of connecting the dots. We're going to build it out. We'll validate it later. But ideally, I want to have these teams and orgs. The team went away. The team went away. Why? The team is here for me. I wonder if it's because there's no pipelines. So let's get a pipeline into that team. And let's see. Let's do a simple one. Let's go here. Let's do this. Let's make a new one. New file. String. Yeah, pipeline. Maven. So we're going to make one of these. And what we're going to do is we need to connect to a GitHub repo. So these are the resources that I'm going to connect to. You saw the no pipelines message earlier, but now there's nothing. Okay. And that's right. Let's figure it. Thank you. That's great feedback. Let's see if we can go. But like, hey, you didn't refresh. It came. Yeah, we're cruising. God, I'm glad you're here. Shared. But the team went away. Let's see if we can figure this out. And I saw the no pipelines message earlier, but now there's nothing. Okay, and it might be because there's no pipelines. We'll see. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to add a pipeline there, and we'll see. So we're going to add resources, and I'm going to add a repo, not this one, but I'm going to grab this little block here that just sets up some resources. Spring Maven here. I don't think I need this busy box. I just want the repo. And let's do some stuff on that repo. So the repo is called repo. And then let's do something with repo. So let's go find one of our jobs that is using repo. And saying hello. Let's just grab this much. So we have a hello world again. And I think that you can see. All right, so now we have the hello world job. In parallel, it's doing that, but I don't have these resources. So just go and get the repo. And then the task says hello world on Linux. Use this registry image busybox. That works. And bring in that repo that is our resource. And then from there, cat the README. So I need to make sure that it's not this one. We're going to use one from Java grunt-com. And let's go grab one of the cool new repositories that we've done. The coolest one. All right, so I'm in seeing what we're all seeing. So you are seeing this no pipeline set. Do you see the box, or do you just see an empty? Because Pingama's team went away. I'm trying to fix that. But if you see the box, like that's awesome. And thank you for helping me work through this. Again, I'm kind of flexing muscles that I haven't flexed in a while, like getting that exercise, getting those reps. So we're gonna go grab one of these repos. Let's do the cleaning repo, which has a README. That's all that we need. So let's put that here. And that's going to be our repository. That's the one that we want to mess with. So I should be able to pass this up, push this, and then we should have a pipeline if I do it properly. Let's give ourselves some help. So over here, we're just going to help ourselves out, right? Give ourselves some notes. We're being nice to our future selves. So here I said fly t p hello world, except I want to put it in the right group. So when I do fly set pipeline, I believe the trigger is -n for the team. And no, that's non-interactive. Fly target. How do I, oh, -- team. Name of the team to which the pipeline belongs, if different from the target default. Okay, so here's what I want to do. Up here, I'm going to, for this Spring Maven one, fly to this target, this concourse. I'm going to say set pipeline. Let's call this Spring Maven. And the file is in sample pipelines, except this time it's Spring Maven and -- java grunt-com. And then to trigger it, fly t trigger job is Spring Maven is the pipeline. The job is hello job world. Let's do repo exists. Repo exists. That's the thing. So we'll watch this, but I think this is also in team java grunt-com. So let's run this. Let's see if we can push up a pipeline to that repository. It's going to validate. It's going to say, hey, are you sure you want to do this? So it shows me exactly what that pipeline looks like. And it says the job repo exists has been added. Like, are you sure you want to do this? Cool. We got some stuff. And yes, I'm pretty certain that I want to do that. So now it's paused. So now to do it, hey, I can go and unpause it and I can do these other things, or I can just trigger it. And I think I can trigger it. Let's go take a look. Let's see. Let's make sure that there we go. I see a Spring Maven pipeline. Do you guys see a Spring Maven pipeline? That would be awesome if you did. Did it just show up? Because I didn't have to refresh. It just kind of popped up. That's great. Please, that'd be awesome. Hopefully. I see the Spring Maven. Yes! Oh boy. Pink ammo does not. So what? Okay, so this is great. This is fine. So let's see if I did something wrong. When I was here in the README, adding users, we added ping ammo. Ping ammo worked. And Todd doesn't show the target either. Like that guy over there. Yeah. So so pink ammo. Let's see. What do we possibly do? Do you pink ammo? Do you see your name up here in the top? Does it say that you're logged in? Very sus. Very sus. It says, yep, you see your name, but you're not in the group. So let's go take a look because we have the docs. Let's go read the docs and managing teams. And this says, once the team has been created, you can fly login. Okay. Any newly configured pipelines, setting user roles. There should be a way. Active users right here. List all users that have logged into your instance in the last 2 months. That sounds great. Let's run that. Let's run that. Ooh. Clear. Let's say fly, but we're not on example. We're on Kaiju. And let's see who's logged in. There. Yes, this is awesome. So thank you, whoever this is, for logging in. This is valuable. So it says that you've logged in and things are working. This is good. Good morning. Good morning. What we're doing here is we're building out pipelines. I'm refreshing my muscles and revisiting Concourse. Concourse is a CI that I've also used for building out infrastructure, Kubernetes and Cloud Foundries and the like. Terraform, running Terraform. I love Concourse. I have some important demos, some demos for some very important people early in the morning. And what I'm doing is I am hoping that I can remind myself enough, and I can go through enough of these examples that I can take the demo that I was that I was planning to do, that I have done already. It's ready, and I can make it a little bit more, whatever that is. I want to make it. I want to make it a little bit more shiny, a little more flashy, and I want to make it a little bit more real, because the tool that I'm demonstrating is a part of the CI process. That's where it belongs. It's a CI. It's a CLI that goes into your CI, and I want to build out an interesting pipeline that will hopefully avoid things like we saw on Friday from our friends over at CrowdStrike. Path to production is important. It's 2024, and we shouldn't be risking manual pushing. We should have some safeguards in place in our path to production. So let's visit that. And I hate to capitalize on that thing, but VMware Explorer is coming, and I want to show visually. I want to show some cool things that you can do in your pipelines. It's not a mainstay. It's not a focus on any of my talks, but it's an important part of several of my talks. So that's what I'm doing. That's where I'm going to focus. But I'm glad you're here. Like, thanks for hanging out. And my parents do watch. They're probably not watching live right now, but my parents always watch the videos. So if you're first time here, actually, if you're here and you just want to make my parents smile, when you say hi, say where you're from. And let us know, because I know that we're all from all over the place, and that's always fun. So also, I want to say, even though I'm working here, when I'm streaming, the main thing, and I'm not great at this, but the main thing is I'm opening myself up. I'm saying, hey, I'm willing to take questions. Like, if you need help, or if you just want to work together, when I'm streaming, I'm open. Like, I'm here to answer questions. I don't have all the answers, but I got friends. I got Pink Emma and Todd and Simon. I have friends that will help out. And when you come to my house for dinner, if you leave hungry, that's your fault. If you're here in my stream and you've got a question about anything that's going on, or anything that's unrelated, if you don't ask, that's your fault. I'm here to answer questions. That's it. That's all. Just a reminder. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. So let's make sure that I got all my stuff. I still got some other beeps, right? I'm part of a global company, so there's always stuff going on somewhere. All right, so now let's get back to it. We have pipelines, and the problem that we're running into right now is that Pink Emma doesn't see the org. So Pink Emma, let's try this. And again, it's not nothing's broken right now, but we saw that you logged in. Let's see if we can have you log out and log back in, and let's see what happens. I'm just curious, because it just showed up. You logged in, but you logged in before you were part of a team. So I wonder if that had something to do with it, but maybe Todd did too. So we can make this smaller. We can fit more things in there, but this is prettier. So let's keep on going. I haven't triggered this. We saw how many users there were. Let's go back here. And let's see if we can trigger that job. This is Pink Emma logged out and back in, but still no more info. Todd Libby's just chaos. Todd Libby comes into the stream, and then everything just goes bonkers. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna see. So this says, hey, started that repo exists, and it looks like it's going. Let's jump in, and it's waiting for something. It's supposed to do the interval, the check interval for my resources. It's supposed to go every minute. So let's go jump in here and take a look. And it says, hey, it's discovering any new versions of the repo. Since it's never been there, it's going in and it's going to do this, and it's going to do it within a minute. So we'll let that sit. And let's go back and see what's going on with Pink Emma. So to list all the teams with details, to list all the teams with authentication details and members. To show teams configuration, rename destroy teams. So let's I want to show the members. Is this the only way? So I'm going to do this off screen because I don't know what's going to come out of these details. So I'll do it over here. Yeah, I'm going to do that over here. Oops. Waiting for a terminal. It says shenanigans and tomfoolery, my two favorite pastimes. Shenanigans and tomfoolery. Oh, come on. It's asking me for my super crazy credentials. So now let's do, I want to do fly-t kaiju teams. Wait, if I do teams, it's going to list all the teams with authentication details. Okay, let's see what that does. And it says Java Grunt owner. Oh, but, oh, look at this. Ah, ha, ha. So you're right. So here's what happened. It looks like when I did this, I still saw it because I'm a member of GitHub.org. But when I went down here and I did cola bottles, it reset the user. So if I want to do multiple users, I'm guessing set team local user. Note that each time set team is run, the team's authorization config is set as a whole. It is not a stateful operation. There's many ways to configure. So if I want to do this, do I do this is going, this should have finished. Why didn't this finish? It's trying to find new versions of the repo. Does it have access, right? The repo we said was this. And why is that not working? Let's come back to that. Let's fix my team. Let's fix my team. Let's give myself a new terminal and let's fix my team. So instead of this, we're going to slide this right here. There. So the nice thing is, oh, look at that. Look at this. That looks better, right? So the nice thing here is what we noticed was when I removed you, it removed you. Like there was no log in, log out. Your access was gone. That's pretty cool. That makes me feel a little cool. But Emma, you're right. Pink Emma. You knew Todd was up to no good. And look at that. And that magically we're back. Fantastic. See, we're learning. And the thing is, sometimes when you have to make a mistake in order for those lessons to really sink in. So yeah, that's what we're doing. Thank you so much, both of you, everybody, for helping. Now we're cooking with gas. We got a team. We have a team, and I'm still. See, I didn't need this part. I know that now because I'm a member of the GitHub org. But I've got a team, so this is fantastic. Oh, you know what? I wonder if I can just do this. Probably, I should probably just go like this. Boop. Let me boop it. And let me just do this. Like, let me do my whole squad. Again, this is supposed to be YAML. That's why this doing it via the command line is for the birds. But I want to see if this works. Yeah, so now I have the groups and everything is as it should be. And I think the reason that I'm seeing everything is because I'm a member of main and the admin on this instance. So cool. See. I take the weight of my doings seriously. Like, hey, like, no, like this is team. There's no blame. We're not blaming anybody. We're learning. Hopefully we're all learning that pipelines can be fun, right? But let's keep on going. So we've got a team now, and I could build a few teams, but we'll do that with YAML. We'll do that as code because this command line stuff is just to practice. And let's keep on going. Sound good? So now I have a team. I have a Spring Maven pipeline that is specific for one repo. Right? I have it set for this one repo, and it's not figuring that repo out. Let me see if I did something. I don't know why it's not finding that repo. Because this says checking pipeline is not paused. It's not paused, right? It says pending, blue is paused. And what else is it telling us? The job is not paused. Wait, but is the pipeline paused? All right, let's go back here. So when I set that pipeline, oh, I can't scroll up. It said, hey, that pipeline is paused. And I can do that manually, but there, it was paused. I'm gonna unpause that pipeline to get it to go. So now that first box should be checked, and now, hey, we got a repo. It's verifying that we have a SHA version from that GitHub repo. And now it's gonna say like, hello, green is good, right? Now we have green pipelines, and that's fun for us, right? Learning fun, and yes, learning and having fun. That's what counts. Like, let's keep on going. So we've got pipelines that are passing, we're doing good, and I understand that this is very, very basic, like 100 level building a pipeline stuff. But we're using a tool that I haven't used in a while, so I'm relearning, taking the time to go back and relearn a tool that I felt comfortable having it in my tool belt, but I haven't used it in a while. And before I go and build a new house for this hammer, I want to, maybe build a tree house first. I want to go and refresh these skills. That's what I'm doing because I have a demo. So I'm going through some simple things that I know I'm going to need if I'm going to make this demo real beautiful. But I've got hundreds of minutes left. So we're going to keep on moving. So now I've got this repository. That's good. And let's make our repo. So when I do this demo, it generates a Deshawn-demo repository. So right now, there are 2 repositories in here. I'm going to go get rid of this one because this one's never being used. Oh, funny thing. It was forked from 2.6, but GitHub automatically updated the version. That's funny. Cool, I guess. But we're going to go and delete this one. Delete this repo. Because we don't need it. You know what? I'm not going to do it this way. I want to do it this way. I'm going to do it from the command line because that's a part of my cleanup process. Let me find that command. It's just GitHub repo delete, but I think there's like an extra. So it's clear gh repo delete Deshawn -demo / hello spring boot 2-7 -- yes is the force. Go ahead and delete it. And that was deleted. So now over here, that repo should be gone, and hey, that works. But let's go ahead and we did that one 5 hours ago. So I'm realizing I need a new thing. Todd says I was relearning inheritance earlier in Angie's course. Angie's courses are amazing. I've heard so many people praise her courses. But working my way to the free Oracle course on Java, absolutely. Always time for me to do a refresher and learn. Funny that you mentioned Oracle. Like they have tons of free content, free courses, free education, and free cloud. If you didn't know, Oracle has the most generous free tier everywhere. You can get, if you're interested, if you want to play in the cloud, I have a GitHub repo, com tfocir. This repository, it's old, it needs to be updated, but it has Terraform that will stand up in the free tier a 4-core for CPU, 24 gig of RAM, 200 disk, ARM64 VM for free forever. You can have one of these, or you could split it up into 4 1U or 1 CPU VMs, but that's beef for free forever that you can just have on every account, in any of their regions. There's no other free tier, and this is just one of the always free levels. Take a look. And if you want to get started quickly, here's Terraform that'll allow you to stand it up and tear it down. Like, you can be a good consumer. You don't have to just, it's free and it's running. I'll just leave it up and running. You don't have to do that, but you can, because it's free forever. Like, there's no like after 300 days or after whatever, forever. You can have one of these machines up and running with a public IP, accessible forever. Yeah. Hello. Yes. Yes. How are you? So good. Did you stream? Did you stream? So this is my friend. I want to do a shout out. I have to do it this way. /shout out. Because fellow Java developer, not always Java, but doing Java, and I found the stream earlier this week. He streams in Portuguese, but when I show up, he switches to English, and I'm so thankful for that. And also, like, good dialogue. He's got a great community, and I can tell I'm not always aware of what's going on, but there's a lot of action. If you like a stream that's somebody thinking out loud, that's somebody that's learning like the rest of us, I highly recommend. There's a shout out. Go follow Dev Kurman, and I'm not sure if I'm saying it the right Portuguese way, but man, it's good stuff. Like, check it out if you're on Twitch, right? And I'm not sure if they're streaming on other channels. Like here, Twitch is where I do all of my work. I'm always streaming on Twitch, but tonight, for example, I think we're on LinkedIn and we're streaming on Twitter and YouTube and Twitch and all of the channels, and that's okay, right? Because we're having stuff. Fantastic. I appreciate you, right? You won't be disappointed. You won't be disappointed. And I want to show you, like I do. I want to show you that I'm kind of I'm following that same pattern that I talked to you about earlier this week. I follow that same pattern. I'm using the Duranth to load my environment properties. When I leave that directory, it's good. I'm doing that same thing. So yeah, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for joining. And yeah, this is what we do. So let's keep on going. Oracle Cloud, great free tier. We have a repository here, and now what we want to do is we want to build some pipelines. So I'm going to create a new team, and I'm going to create another bucket. In this same Concourse, I'm going to create another bucket of pipelines for this other repository that's going to show up. So it could be here as a Spring Maven, but I'm going to do another one, and I'm going to rename it. And this is going to be my advisor demo. And it's another example. So it's going to be simple. Again, I'm just kicking the tires a little bit. So we have this one. We can take most of that. Whoops. And we're going to bring it over to our advisor demo. Boop. And this time we're going to put it into this team. It's called Sean-demo. I like my teams to match my orgs, and I like to group things by the GitHub org, by where are the resources, where's the code that I'm deploying. Sean-demo, except we're not doing the Spring Maven pipeline, we're doing the advisor demo. And yeah, so whoops, we're gonna put this into demo, and but I have to have a team. I have to have that team there before I do it. So let's make another team. Fly-t kaiju set team name Deshaun-demo, GitHub org equals Deshaun-demo, and I'm bringing my friends. GitHub user equals Pink Emma, GitHub user equals Cola Bottles, and Dev Kerman. If you want to share your GitHub username, I'll add you too, and you can play along. But if not, you don't want it public, that's fine. Or you can send it to it in a whisper. But I'm going to add you, and let's just see if we can get this thing to work. See if we can play around a little bit, so that you can see the pipelines that I'm building. Here we go. Thank you for sharing. Let's get that in there, and let's get you added to this new team. I thought I heard a child. GitHub user equals Tiago Trama. All right, so now when I run this, I should have a new org that has all of us, right? It has this little squad here. So let's copy that. Let's close this one. Hello? Maybe that's in my headphones. Yeah, we did that one. Let's do it over here. Let's run it. We're gonna fly up a new team, setting a new team for this team, Deshaun Demo, and we're inviting everybody that's in that org and my 3 friends. So here it's reminding us, hey, here's the new team for this. We have 3 users and anybody in this org. That sounds great. So now, boop, you should see, it should just show up. That's what we've done. So let's see. Feedback, welcome. There are no pipelines, but you should still see this team. Boom, another one. That's what's up. Fantastic. So we know how to do that part. We still want to get into YAML. So it's get, because the command line is for the birds, right? Command line is just for demoing and live streams, right? We want to get this up and running. So now let's put in this, let's start working on this advisor demo. So how is that going to work? Let's fly up this pipeline. And I think that this is, we gave ourselves some notes on how to fly this up. And again, these pipelines will be updated with a CI process as well. So let's go over to this one. And let's fly up our new advisor demo pipeline. And we're calling it, I'm going to call this, not Spring Maven. We're going to call this application advisor. No, we're going to call it the Spring Maven. That's fine. Spring Maven. We'll leave that there. Done. And it's saying, hey, do you want that? Yes, I do. Let's do it. And remember, we'd forgot to unpause the other one. So it says, hey, this pipeline is currently unpaused. To unpause, either do this, run the unpause command, or check play. Let's do it this way this time. Control C, Control V. Should be unpaused. So now we should see, hey, it still says unpaused. Fantastic. So now we have a pipeline. Our pipeline is doing stuff, and we can trigger that job. So let's go and trigger it. Did I call it repo exists? Yeah, repo exists. Let's trigger this job. So we've got a couple of teams, we've got a couple of different pipelines, but the idea is to have these things in source code so that we can edit and we can make changes across a bunch of pipelines at once. So now, I want to go here. It's starting the second run. Fantastic. It's not pause, go. And since we kicked it off, boom, it works. Of course it works. It said hello. There it is. It gave us the output from the repo, the README. All right, we're cooking. But now I want to change, because the advisor demo, I don't want to access the Java Grunt one. I want to access this other repository called Deshaun demo, and the repository is hello spring boot to 6. So let's rerun that. Let's push that pipeline up, set the pipeline with the updated code. And so we can see our changes. It's making that nice and clear. I like that. Like, are you sure? I'm sure. Let's push that. And yeah, because that resource changed, I wonder if it'll kick off a new build. Let's see what happens. It did. It kicked off a new build. It says, hey, I got changes in that repo. Let's go ahead and do things. And it's done. It worked. Oh, so now it's reading the README, right? That's the job. That's the task. It goes out and it says, hey, just cat that from that repo, cat the readme.md. And we're looking good. So we have access. You guys can see it. You know what? I didn't set permissions. Can you trigger a new build? Can any of you go and hit the button to trigger a new build? I trust you. Let's see if because I added you to the org, let's see what level of org are you? Can you go and trigger a build? Because that's probably something maybe you don't want everybody having access. Can you see the results? Can you click into the results and see the output? Because there's different levels. You might want to have some people that just see, yes, it worked or it didn't, or it's in progress. But you might want to have different members of your team to be able to see the details, right? Because I'm always leaving secrets around. Like maybe there's some secrets that got put into the output of these builds. What can you see? Let's see. It says, haha, now I am a subscriber. Say what? That is amazing. Thank you so much. I don't have the, because I'm doing on StreamYard and I'm doing on all the things, the little fun stuff that you can do on Twitch. I'm not getting all the notifications, but you're awesome. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. We're building pipelines. We got new subscribers and we're working together as a team, which is always fun. So Todd, you were able to push the button or you could see things. Oh, somebody pushed a button. Let's see if we can see the details. It says author commit. I guess we don't see who did it, but that's okay. It got kicked off. And it does say, thanks, Todd did it. And fantastic, this is great. Yeah, we're doing stuff. So now the cool thing is I appreciate you. The cool thing is you can actually log in, and on this team, I believe you can actually upload pipelines, right? So you're a part of my team. So on this Concourse server, you now have access in this repository, in this team or teams. Some of you are multiple teams. You can upload a new pipeline. So here's what I'm going to do for funsies. Let's just pretend, and you don't have to. There's no like commit here, but we're going to do this. We're going to say get status, and we're going to add these files. Right? We've done some stuff. I've given you the commands, the examples for how to do things. I said how to log in. Right? Remember? Oops. No, I didn't put the login. Remember on the login it said fly login. Let's back up. History pipe grep fly pipe grep login, and it was this one. So I'm gonna ask you, or I'm not asking you. I'm just gonna say like you can if you want to, because you're on the team. You can log in. So what I'm gonna do is get status, get add dot, get commit. Whoops, I don't want to add dot. I want to get dot idea cached. Right. Get status nano dot get ignore, because I don't want the dot idea in there, and I don't want dot envrc, which will come later. Git status, add that, git commit, mission first pass during live stream. So, boop, git push. So now, if you are interested, the pipelines, the stuff that we're messing with here, we have a repository out here in Deshaun called Concourse Pipelines. And the three of you, we verified that you can go and push the button. You can kick off pipelines. I believe that you could also create a new pipeline. If you're interested, you can check out the repository, or just go look at it, GitHub, and you can make a YAML file that's simple, and you could make a pipeline, or you just copy and paste a new pipeline and give it a new name. And let's see if you can create a pipeline. Again, I didn't set any properties. I could go look and read the docs and see, but we're just having fun. By default, let's see where the boundaries are. I added you to my team. You're on my team. Let's see what we can do. So if you want to, but no pressure. We're just having fun. We're gonna keep on going because I've got a team, the best team. So we're going to keep on building. So we have some examples. The next thing I want to do here, the way that my demo operates, it says, hey, I've got this repository. I want to check out that repository. We already saw that we can check out the repository and we can read the README from it. That's cool. But now what I want to do is I need to run that CLI. How am I going to do that? I feel like I'm stuck because there's that missing piece that's got to be on the other cluster. So let's see if we can think about that one for just a sec. Let's see if we can, let's go over to that other cluster. This is the cluster that's connected to the VPN. And right, we have kubectx, and we have this kind Karifi cluster. And we can see that it's got Karifi hopefully running and deployed pods. Oh, I have to do all. There we go. So we can see that we've got stuff running, all the things that we need for Karifi. That's cool. But we want to go one step further. I want to deploy Concourse on that other cluster. It's just kind. It's running on Docker. It's fine. Not a big deal. And because Concourse, this tool that we're digging into, because Concourse has a Helm chart, it's going to be like super easy. So you could run this on your laptop, and you could have it running on your laptop, just like I am. I'm running it on 2 laptops. I'm running on this one and now this other one. So we're going to have another environment. Let's go over here and grab the Helm commands, and maybe along the way I will fix some of the brokenness that I didn't have here. So we're going to, first of all, we're going to grab my environment, and I'll show you this. I'll show you that I'm not going to show you some credentials, but I'm going to go, wait, where am I going to put that? I'm going to put it over on this machine. I'm going to slide over here first to make sure, cat.envrc, and I'm going to nano-w.envrc, and I'm going to set up this is the same thing that it's one of my favorite tips is when I come into this machine on another directory, I have an envrc, but I'm not logged in, and I just made changes. I want to make it so that when I come into this directory, I have my environment, but I don't want to have secrets sitting all over my disk and in my repositories. So what I've done is I've made this .envrc file that I use as direnv, and here in that envrc, Tiago, this is you, and I hope it's okay to call you Tiago, but let me know. I'm sorry, that may be out of line. I'm going to go grab this token that I have in my Bitwarden. I'm setting up some server information, but there's no secrets here. Pink Emma, There's no secrets here. And it's fine that you know where they sit, but you still have to all know my IDs and my credentials, and you got to get into that secret store. But I can put this information here, right? Secrets and config shouldn't live together. So my secrets live in a secret store. My config can live inside of a GitHub repo. It should live inside of a GitHub repo. Everything should be as code. So my secret store is there. So now when I come into this directory and I say dir env allow, it says, hey, you gotta type in a password. Remember, so this is my super big secret password. And I have to think about it really, really closely because I don't type very well and I don't have the keys mapped on this keyboard. So I think it's this. That didn't work. So it's a tricky one that I can't type very well, so bear with me. It's over here somewhere. That didn't work either. Ooh. Oh, wait, not found. So what was not found? Because it didn't say, let's do this again. So dir and allow. Oh, let's do this. I can say export pw session equals, so I don't have to do this every time. Pw unlock raw, like make it so I don't have to type in my password. In this terminal, I won't have to type in my master password every time. Hopefully. But I still gotta remember it one more time. I don't know where that key is. I don't know if that was it. Nope. Wait, what? It only gave me one shot? Let's try that again. Hello. I don't know what this is. I don't know what my password is. This is for the birds. But anyways, I'm gonna figure that out. Like, hey, yeah. That's the thing, right? Yeah, here. Like, yeah, we gotta, like, nobody wants to have credentials sitting on their disk. You know, I don't, period. Like, I wanna be as, it doesn't take a lot of work to do this. And in fact, copying, you know, I don't have to copy my credentials from disk to disk. I don't have to worry about where I left them on, you know, some machine somewhere, right? Hopefully machines are ephemeral, but yeah, like this is just a better way. It is not that hard, as long as you remember your master password. So let's try that again. Let's try this. Hello. And I have no idea how to type. I took the keys, the letters and numbers off my keyboard so that I could practice typing on all the secret keys and stuff up top. And I'm a failure. So I have to do it without looking in order to make this work. And it just takes a lot of concentration. I'm not a good typer. I need to work on it. I need to work on all those keys that are up top. Right, all the letters and stuff. I got that. I'm good with that, but I needed to practice on all the special keys. So let's try this again. I'm gonna think. When I look at my keys, I think I do worse. Why can't I do this? Like, this is defeating the whole purpose. I'm trying to show you, like, cool thing. I need to just change my password. I need to look at another keyboard. No, I'm doing it right. There we go. All right. So now I do DRM allow. And man, that was like the worst 5 minutes of streaming ever. Uh, I figured out how to do this. Now it goes in and it's grabbing my secrets. And it's saying one of the secrets it can't find. So I copied over this envrc, but it can't find some secrets. So again, we can cat this .envrc because there's no secrets in there. So this, let me see if I may, oh, I know what it might be. It might be this. It might be that I didn't sync. Whoops. BW sync. It might be that I didn't synchronize with my new stuff. So syncing complete. Now do the DRM allow, which goes and reruns that envrc to go and pull down those things. And what we're trying to see is like, hey, we don't want those not founds. So this extra time, we can fix that. We can extend. All right, so now it found all the secrets, but we can extend this because that's really quick. The way that I'm doing this, DRM is used to like just having the properties there, setting properties, setting values. So it's like, hey, this is taking a little while because I'm calling out to a third party, secret store to pull those things down. So let's fix this on that machine, and I'll show you exactly how to do it. I think I can do it without sharing any secrets. Let's go, and it's in. Where is it? Here, I don't know where to find it. Let's go over here. My reminder is here. It's in github.com, YouTube, Atoms. And in one of these repositories that we worked on, we said, hey, like we're going to work on this together. So let's just make sure to keep our environment variables in the same place in our secret store. So he's got his secrets that are just, they're mapped in the same key inside of Bitwarden. So we can have different secrets. We can be using different values. They're just mapped into the same key inside of that secret store. So we can share the envrc so that we can continue to move forward. We don't have to copy and like, oh, what's the password for this? We can just go and we can have our own environments, but we're setting things up the same way. We can have consistency from laptop to laptop, which is nice. So that when we run into a problem, right? If you're setting up your secrets with different environment variables and different tokens and that I'm doing, when we run into a problem, was it our code or was it our config? Was it our secrets? So now we're all on the same page, and that's valuable. So this right here, you should specify a DRM warn timeout in this. So we're gonna go peek here. It's this right here. We wanna edit this. So what we're gonna do is, we're gonna edit that file, and we're gonna put in, here's my tip here. It's just like warn timeout something. Blah, 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 warn timeout. And we're, right now, it's like 5 seconds, and we're gonna change it to 100. So warn timeout, is it equals? You know what I think I have to do? I think I have to put in quotes. Let's try that. Oops, can't open. First of all, we got to make that directory -p, that config, dir end, and then warn timeout equals 100 seconds. Back to boop. And then, because we already have our session, I can say dir end allow, and even though it's going to take more than 5 seconds, I'm not going to see that warning. There's a little tip. That's just for you. That's just for you. It's going and grabbing those secrets, and it's not going to time out, and then boom. Now I've got my environment variable set, and I can keep on going. So on the other box that's connected to the VPN, now that I have these things in place, actually, I want to check my, I want to check ngrok real quick, and I want to see if I can, I might not not be able to do this right now, but I'm gonna log out and I'm gonna log back in again. Over at ngrok, log out, and I'm going to log in with GitHub, and I want to see my account status because I'm not sure I can take a next step today. But let's find out. Account. Okay, I might not be able to make all these moves just yet. So let's come up with a plan B. I normally use ngrok to give access, so that's what I'm using here. So again, this is just running on my laptop. I don't have any port forwarding. There's no WAF. There's no nothing else outside of ngrok. Ngrok has given all of you access to something that's running on my laptop, which is like great. Like this is a cool tool. But I use that to route DNS and to route things and to open up tools. When I shut it off, sweet, you don't have access to my laptop anymore. I don't have to do anything else. ngrok takes care of all of that connectivity. So if I want to set up this other cluster, I have to think of how I can do this. I might just, I don't think I can do them both. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set it up, I'm gonna stand it up. We'll see, shout out to, yes, that's it. Shout out to Scott. Scott has encouraged me and gotten me excited about this tool. Normally I use Cloudflare, but when I use Cloudflare, I've got to do a lot more. I gotta do a lot more YAML. I gotta do a lot more configuration, and the ngrok solution, it has more than what I get. There's some price differences, but yeah, I've got options. ngrok is the only one that works on an airplane. Cloudflare doesn't work on an airplane. I can tell you that much. But yes, shout out to Scott McAllister. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go and we're gonna just do the Helm chart deploy. We're gonna get out. We'll see where we're at. We're not gonna deploy ngrok on top of it. We'll see what happens with where we're at after we do the Helm deploy. So let's go and grab the Helm repository. Again, we're doing two different pipelines. One's going to be connected to a VPN, behind all the security and stuff. And then there's this one, the one that we've been working on now. But let's go and see if we can get one that's connected to the VPN so we can do a little bit more stuff. And where is my, hello. Init Concourse. So let's go and on this second instance, we are going to add a Helm repo. Remember, we stood up a kind cluster, which is Kubernetes on Docker. It installed Karifi, but I still have Kubernetes there, so I can use a Helm chart and I can deploy a Helm chart to that Kubernetes cluster just the same way. So it says, hey, now I've got Concourse in my Helm repos, and then let's deploy it. So here, I'm going to do this. I'm going to install this Helm. Concourse is the name of it, from this Concourse repo. The namespace is, I want it to be put into the Concourse namespace, and I want to create that namespace that doesn't exist in the Kubernetes cluster that we just stood up. And here it says Concourse values.yaml. And I am 100% certain that there are secrets in that Concourse values.yaml. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to slide over here just for a minute. Like, we're all friends here, but just for a minute, I'm going to slide over here. And before I run that command, I'm going to go and I'm going to see what's in there. Because remember, it didn't set up the teams that I wanted it to set up. So it's not even set up right. So let's go to that box. And I'm just going to go look at that Concourse values function. This demo. I'm going to cat that. I don't need to have my credentials at the moment. Blah, blah, blah. and I'm going to cat the concourse values.yaml. So in there, I say, hey, web, I say GitHub enabled true. I said main team GitHub user Deshaun. So in the Concourse Helm chart, let's go see what we did wrong. Concourse Helm chart. Let's go see in the here is our configuration. Let's look for teams. Each team listed under Concourse Web Kubernetes Teams will have a namespace created for it. And the namespace remains after deletion of the releases unless you set Concourse Web. So by default, the namespace will be created for the main team. Okay, here it says the service account used by Concourse must have get access to secrets in that namespace. Oh, that's where the secrets go. When rback.create is true, this access is granted for each team listed under Concourse Web Kubernetes Teams. Here are some examples of the lookup heuristics given release name Concourse. In team accounting dev pipeline my app, the expression API key resolves to the secret value in namespace concourse-accounting dev secret my app.api key value. Okay, and if not found, is the value in namespace Concourse accounting dev secret API key value. So my app.api key or just API key. Okay, in the team accounting dev pipeline, that makes sense. But here's the thing. This is the thing that the namespace prefix is the release name followed by hyphen by default. Wait a minute. Kubernetes secrets. By default, this chart uses Kubernetes secrets as a credential manager. Oh, so maybe I did this wrong. This is about secrets. Let's do this. I want to look for teams again. How do I team secret template? Let's just look for team. Right. By default, namespace is created for the main team. I'm trying to figure out how, remember we've got now multiple teams. We have the Deshaun demo team and we have the Java Grunt Com team that you guys are aware of. And I want to make sure that when I'm pushing this values YAML for the creation with the Helm chart, I want to see if I can get those teams created because I don't want to do it manually. I want to have you guys as a part of my team going forward. So let's do this. Let's just do this. Let's clear. Let's concourse values, and let's do this. I wonder where those would come from. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna push this away. We're gonna try to hide it. I don't know if it's gonna work or not. I'm gonna try to hide some of the secrets. And if I don't, like, hey, like, what's the worst that can happen? Pink Emma, I'm looking at you. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to come back over here. And I'm gonna close this one. Yep. So we're going to bring this, and I want to show you exactly what I'm doing. And I'm gonna ask for your help. Remember, we're trying to create this thing with this concourse values. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna peek one more time. I'm gonna say cat concourse values. No, I can't do a cat. I need to do nano. So this is what I have in my Concourse values YAML. So as I use the Helm repo to deploy this Helm chart, I want to override. I want to set some configs, and this is the way that it works. I said Concourse web auth. I want to use GitHub. I want that GitHub authentication enabled. That's how all you had to do is give me your GitHub name, and I put you in a group, and I allowed you to use this Concourse. And I said, hey, here's the cluster name. We're going to change this cluster name because this isn't my Deshaun Cloud Pipelines. This is my Deshaun at Work Pipelines. Enable redact secrets. Yes. So what this is supposed to do is if I am using a secret in one of my pipelines, you guys have access. You can go in and you can see the output from these. But if there's a secret in there, that secret will show up here redacted. Or if you're using the command line, it'll show up as redacted. Hopefully, that's the idea. So here, I'm gonna go back and I remember I gave you guys access. I just want to see, did anybody push a pipeline? No, that's okay. Like we're all doing stuff, we're still learning. So what I thought I was getting when I said concourse.web.kubernetes.teams, I thought by putting these here, I was creating those teams, but that's not what this does. This is making those secrets available. So what I'm trying to do is like around this GitHub auth, there's something here in our authentication config where it says main team, GitHub user. There's something up here in the web auth config that's going to allow me to set those teams and add you to the teams by default. So let's see if we can do that. We're going to go back to, let's go back to the auth. So there's Postgres auth, and there's like a Bitbucket, secrets, and some of these things are about the template, but then others like this GitHub auth, I think are about Concourse. So some are configuring the deployment, and then others, and I don't remember. So I'm revisiting. Let's do GitHub. Because I want it to be GitHub auth, hello, GitHub CA cert client. All right, so there's another set. So when I want to change Concourse values, and I just remember this, right? It's hard to remember, but I've done it a few times. And when we set Concourse values to configure Concourse to use CredHub, to configure Concourse, it comes after this, and it says, for configurable Concourse parameters, refer to values.yaml, the Concourse section. All parameters under this section are strictly mapped from the Concourse binary commands. So I've got to go into this values.yaml, and I got to put it under this, and I got to look under the Concourse section. So that's where I was making my mistake. So here, I'm going to find the GitHub auth. No. Auth. There's the external URL. There's local auth. And we should have, where's the GitHub auth? Hello. Local auth. Configure access key. AWS. RBAC. Bitbucket, here we go. GitHub user, comma separated list of GitHub teams. There we go. So GitHub orgs, GitHub teams, but authentication. So this is the main team. So how do I comma separated allow list of GitHub teams, comma separated allow list of GitHub orgs? So, but if I put you into here, you'll be on the main team. How do I add a team that's not the main team, that doesn't have access to everything? Hey, Todd, yeah, get some sleep. Sleep is important. Yeah, I appreciate you hanging out and helping. This has been fantastic. Thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to hanging out again soon. Thank you. So let's figure out how we can create, this is comma separated allow list of GitHub teams. I want to make a GitHub team. I want to make a new team that's GitHub. So I have GitHub enabled true. Let's see if where else I see GitHub. No, not there. Teams. There's the. Wait, where can I just set up teams? Okay. Okay, so let's find out where teams. Let's see what we got. Because there's got to be a way of just setting up teams and users. Enable global resources. Enable team auditing. We don't need that yet. Local auth, no. It says local users can be individually added to the main team by setting this with a comma separated list of IDs. I don't want that. I want to set up a team. Here we go, teams. Wait, no, now we're back in Kubernetes. Kubernetes teams. Teams to create namespaces for, to hold secrets. That's not what I want. It says, how do I just create? Team specific template for secret, no. We're gonna find this. Again, we're learning. Team secret template. I don't want that. I just want teams. Tracing RBAC. Customize RBAC role mapping. Pass in a multi-line YAML string. Here we go. Owner. Set team member. Create. Wait, what? What is this? Customize RBAC role action mapping. User roles. So that's roles. Force. Okay, so there's the main team. All right, now we're cooking. Authentication main team. Comma separated list of Cloud Foundry users. But it still says main team. Bitbucket Cloud. GitHub. Authentication main team. So this is where we were before. Right. GitHub user org team. So let's keep on going. I think there's another spot where we can find out how to just create a team. There's the main team. Configuration file for specifying the main teams. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for my other teams. Main team. But bucket cloud teams, main team, team, GitHub, GitLab, SAML, main team. The group key indicates which claim to use to map external groups to Concourse teams. No. The name of the team that this worker will be assigned to. No. Well, this is frustrating. Because I want it to all be YAML. I want it to be software defined so that I can go through, so I don't have to deal with the command line. Nobody wants to do that. Team authorized keys. So array of team names and public keys for external workers. That's close. And you know what? It might be yeah, I might be thinking, no, I did this. I know that I did this before, but I don't know where I did it. I know that I had it so that when I loaded up my Concourse from pipelines, I know that I had the teams created. Enable use of local auth. I don't want to do Concourse web auth. So I'm not sure. Auth. I felt like there was like a teams section. Let's go back here. Let's go look at managing teams. Well, by default, authorization config pass to set team configures the owner role. So maybe I had another set of YAML that I was pushing up. Actually affects the YAML, single field, blah, blah, blah. All the attributes in each config will vary by provider. Consult the appropriate section for your provider under the config auth. For example, the following config sets 3 roles with different auth config for each role's provider. So here, roles owner GitHub users admin. Role member GitHub teams here, and then we have a viewer GitHub orgs org local users visitor. By default, authorization config pass to set team configures the owner role. So when I added you to the teams, you got the owner role. More advanced roles configuration can be specified through the config or C flag. So maybe that's just what I did, is I had the different configs, which would be okay. So what that means is I can still do it with YAML, sort of. I just wish that, yeah, so here, let's do it this way. I'm okay. So let's make some teams. New, let's call it team config. And let's make a new one, new file for Java Grunt -com YAML. And we know that we have some configs here. Hello. We're going to copy this for our roles. So for this team, the name owner. Wait, the role is owner. I'm gonna, yeah. anybody in this org java grunt-com, anybody in that org is an owner. I don't even need this one. Hello. And viewer, local, no, a member. Oh, let me go back here. Users, member GitHub users. So now I'm changing the game. Users, I've got Pink Emma, and I've got cola bottles, right? Let's go back to my squad, cola bottles, and I have Tiago, but I put them in the Deshaun demo. So they're going to be, I'm making two. So this is my Java Grunt com. And I want all y'all to be owners here. Owner. Not, no local users. So if I run team, I say fly this set team name, and then I pass in -c with this file with a single field roles, boop, point to a list of that. That's what we're gonna do. So that's probably what I had in my pipelines, or I guess, you know, it's better than the multiple commands. So we're gonna do it this way. We're gonna try it. Let's see. We're gonna say boop bash. We're gonna say fly on this target kaiju. Let's set team name Deshaun. No, Java grunt-com -c, the config, right? That's what it's saying, -c, and we want to pass in /team, or I can just do it, team config / Java grunt-com.yaml. So what I expect here is I'm going to see a diff, and I'll see I've added Tiago to the Java Grunt com. So I will see a new member being added to Java Grunt com. So let's see if that works. Oh, but there's no groups. I don't want that. I said users, but I didn't have any groups there. What did I do wrong? I said role owner. Oh, this is supposed to be like this. Everybody's an owner in this org. No, let's try that again. There we go. So it's got anybody that's in the org, and I've got my 3 users. So welcome to the team. But yes, we've made some changes. This is the new group. So it's not additive, it's replacing. Done. So there's my Java Grunt team. Awesome. Let's make a new team config. This is better than having a bunch of stuff. There's still a YAML here, and I can apply this. So let's add a new file called Deshaun demo team config. Add in this one, we're going to change it up a little bit. Let's grab these roles, and we're going to do a slightly different one. So owner for this group is anybody in the org Deshaun-demo. But then I'm making you guys not owners. I'm making you guys members. I don't know what difference that makes, honestly, but it was a different role. I'm guessing the owner can add members and do more things, but I'm gonna make you members. You're still got access. You're still doing stuff, and let's apply that. Do the same thing, except here we're making this Deshaun-demo, and this is a new team. Or that's the way it'll be. Demo, nope, Deshaun-demo. So I set the team. There are no users. but there's a group. There we go. Members and owners. Yes, I like that. So now, if you were logged in, I don't know what the difference is, but you are both members of both of these orgs. I would be interested to see what can you see and what can't you see now that I've updated the teams, and that's okay. Like we're moving, we're making progress. We're flexing these muscles, we're building pipelines, we're growing, and we're trying to get. We have hundreds of minutes left to upgrade some of these demos. So now on this org, I'm not going to do it this way. This is for our secrets. So I'm going to go ahead and push this. There's no local auth, and this one's going to be authenticated the exact same way, but this is a different set of pipelines. I'm not going to put an external URL here. How am I going to do that? Can I have another ngrok operator that uses a temporary domain? Because I have one static domain. Am I allowed to have a temporary one? When I have a static one? Hold on, let's see if we can do this. Let's go back to the setup and let's see if we can expose ngrok first. Let's see if we can set up that first. Let's close this. Yeah. There it was. I did it. I put my secrets on the screen. I'm an idiot. Let's do this. First, let's go change our secrets. I don't know that does anything. It's a secret, a key and secret for authenticating. So you could deploy another app and have it authenticating. That will be okay. So we are going to add this ngrok controller, this repo. Cool, it exists, cool. This is on that laptop. We're going to try to connect to the VPN here. And we are going to export the ngrok auth token. I think I have that already. Right, I have an ngrok auth token. Fantastic. Should I set up a separate key? Let me take a look. So there's two little things that we're going to pass into this operator that help things get routed. So if I go over here, I have an API key for my essentials demo, and I think I'm going to make a new API key, and this is my API key for advisor server or backend, I'll call it. And that's all I'm gonna be. So let's add that. So I have now a new secret. I'm gonna go put that secret into my secret store. And picking up, it says, "Hi, this is your boss. I would like to open a PR to set enable redacted secrets to false. Thank you." Yes, yes. So we're cruising. Again, I'm so glad that you're here. I created a new API key over on ngrok, and I'm going to now go and I'm going to create a new key in my secret store. So I'm going to call this one ngrok API key ngrok API key, and I'll put it into the password, and I'll save that. So now I have a new API key. And I renamed it, so now that's in app advisor server ngrok API key. And should I do a new auth token as well, just so that we're not sharing any credentials between the two things? Let me do a thing. Let me ask my secret store if they are the same, and that's okay. Okay, so it looks like I can use the same one. So we're going to set up two API keys for different stuff. Pink Emma, this bot is great. Dev, hi, this is your boss. I would like to open a PR. There you go. So now I think I can use the same auth token, and I've given it a different API key, so it's got different privileges. But now we're going to set this up without an ngrok domain. And we can always just redo it, right? We can always redeploy. So let's use this as our secrets. Durenv allow to bring in those new values into our environment, right? It's connecting up to the secret store and pulling those in. And we're just gonna, it didn't find something. Oh, and you remember why, right? VW sync. I'm on different machines here. So now it says, oh, let me synchronize the values that I have with what's up in the server. And let's try this during allow again. And then hopefully we won't see a not found error. And then what we're gonna do is we're going to set up ngrok. We're gonna set up a operator in this Kubernetes cluster that's running on top of Docker, right? Layers on layers. And we're gonna set that up, and hopefully it's gonna generate a domain name for us, a temporary one, or a dynamic one for us. And we'll see. Like, that's the way that most things work, but we will see. I don't remember all the rules. So let me jump over here. I did the repo add. And here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to run this command. Oh, hello. I'm going to run this command. I already did the repo. And I'm going to run this command that says helm install this ngrok ingress controller from that helm repo that we already set up. And then I said, set the namespace, create that namespace, and set the credentials to the values that I already put in my environment. The ngrok API key and the auth token. Let's see if it works. Cool. It says, yeah, it worked. It's been deployed. And if you haven't, you can set these ingress resources in your cluster. Here's an example. Here's some YAML that would set up, that would expose this cert manager to this host. So am I allowed to use this host? Right? Applying this manifest will make the service I think I can. So here's the host. Here's that dynamic host that I can. Um, would that work though? It just gave me that value. It says I would make this available if I use this. Like, can I just assign anything here? And as long as it's not colliding, I think once done, view your edges here. Find the tunnels here. If you have any questions, here. Um, so let's just do this. This is telling me that this will run. So let's apply it. Let's, ngrok example.yaml, right? The operator just told me that this would work. It looked at my services that were available and it said that this would work. So let's do this. Let's kubectl apply -f that ngrok example. What could possibly go wrong? It says, hey, it's been created. Now let's go and look at our ngrok dashboard and let's see if that shows up anywhere. It's not showing up as edges. It's not showing up in agents. It's not showing up in either of these spots. Cloud, edge, edges. Yeah, it's not showing up. So it says edges allow you to configure endpoints that connect your service to the world. Define edges to serve HTTPS, TCP, or TLS, and use modules, secure and manipulate work traffic. All ngrok users get one edge per account. I only have one edge. So if I want to move forward, if I want to have the really cool demo tomorrow, I think I just got to pay some money. I got to get another edge. And the thing is, ngrok is cool. But I already upgraded. I have a personal yearly account. But what I need is, how do I upgrade to a pay-as-you-go? Payment, billing, subscription, manage, development. I have a personal. What? What happens if I go to pro? Oh, I can. Wait, what? So there's a way. How do I convert my account? Wait, is it this one? Save 20%. I saved 20%. We're going annual. Includes higher data transfer limits, ephemeral endpoints, replay requests, and more. Use these plans to test your code and change to pay as you go when you ship. I don't understand what I need to do here in order to get this other edge up. I don't. So this definitely didn't work. I'm only allowed to have one edge. And I think that's what that would need to be. Um, so I might need to. I might need to phone a friend here. Um, domains are endpoints. Claim one free static domain per user, or upgrade to paid. So, can I claim a free static? Reserve a custom ngrok subdomain for a consistent tunnel URL, or a custom domain you already own. Can I do this one? Let me see if I can claim this domain. It's available. Oh wait, what? There we go, I did it. Configure traffic, it says attach an edge to modify traffic. I don't need to. Let's just continue. Your account is limited to one reserved domain. If you need more domains, you can turn average overages on for your existing account, or subscribe to a usage-based billing. How do I turn on overages? Let's go to this URL. And this is just part of it, right? We want to get these things taken care of one time so we can do interesting things going forward. So let's go to our billing. How do I turn on overages? User settings. Name, display, login, password, GitHub, Google, multi-factor, date, time, mailing. I don't see. I don't see how to turn on overages for ngrok. Here I'm in. I don't have a development plan. I have a personal per month build monthly, but I don't see how to open doc, contact support. No, not email. Contact support button opens an email. To change your subscription will not take place immediately, but will be scheduled to take place on June 20th, like 2025? What? So to upgrade my plan, it doesn't go into effect until next year? Yeah, I'm not sure how to get over this. Hey, you, my friend, thank you so much for hanging out with me, and I apologize. I'm trying to get this mission accomplished, and I'm struggling a little bit, but we're building stuff. Thank you so much for hanging in, and I appreciate you. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing one of your streams or seeing you here again later. So thanks for joining. I appreciate you. So, good stuff. Good stuff. Let's figure out if we can yeah, I can't do that. I could move the one edge around. I don't want to do that. So what would be the right way to do this? I'm going to uninstall. I'm going to uninstall that Helm, uninstall whatever I did, ngrok ingress controller, and I'll just use port forwarding. When I'm on the work machine, I'll just use port forwarding and I'll get there. But this one is in this namespace, and that's okay. I think maybe I overthought that. So we uninstalled it, so now there's no ngrok, there's no ingress. That's okay. So now let's just go ahead and deploy our Concourse. We're using the Helm chart. Again, we're over here, and I know Concourse values. So we're just not going to have an external URL. So it is what it is, and we'll port forward to that service. And when it does, here's what we're going to do. If it's on there, we're just going to give it another port. Can I do that? Can I change the port here? Port, bind port 8080. Let's change the bind port to 9000. And that is at the top level Concourse web bind port. So here we're going to change Concourse web bind port to 9000. That ought to be safe, right? Did I do that right? Oop. Bind port. So bind port 9000. And we'll be in good shape. So then when it does its rerouting, and the URL that it'll have, it's going to say HTTP localhost 9000. I can port forward the 9000 from my work computer into that tunnel when I want to access the UI. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Okay, so we did it. I think we did it. And yeah, what could go wrong? Let's go and grab, we are going to deploy Concourse onto that kind cluster that has Harifi. So here, it tells us how to do the port forwarding. So on this machine, it says from outside the cluster, run these commands in the same shell. So within your cluster, I can get to it here. From outside the cluster, let's run these commands. So let's just, right? Let's just do it. But this will be on that machine. Yeah, watch this. So here, we're going to run that. So we're going to get our pod name. And then we're going to say, visit this to use Concourse. No. Oh, blast. No, we're going to say 9000. I want this port forward. I don't want 8080 forwarding to 9000. I want 9000 forwarding to 9000. 9000 forwarding to 9000. In that namespace Concourse. Okay, so now I've got a port forward open to that Concourse. And now in order to access it, I'm going to go over here. Which machine am I on? I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go to that same machine that has the port forward open. And I'm going to say clear. I'm going to say fly targets to see if I have the fly installed, to see if there's any targets on that machine. All right, so I do. I have a runway. I have a machine installed. But now we are going to log into that target. So we wrote that down. We gave ourselves some hints. So here I'm going to say, hey, let's log into that machine. But when I run this one, I'm going to say log in. I want it to be HTTP localhost port 9000. We're going to call this Tanzu, right, the work one. Okay, now Fly version 791 is out of sync with that, so to sync up, we got to do this. There's a warning there, but I'm gonna go, oh, it says I have to go to that machine and I gotta do this. Okay, so I gotta copy this over to a browser that's running on that machine, which is fine, I can do that. And just like you did, it's going to authenticate. Oh, it says bad request. Oh, where did it get this? It has a, the callback. Okay, so that secret that I exposed, I got to go and change it. So here's what we got to do. We are now going to, and this is so lame. Like all of the secret stuff, all the important stuff happens and it's secrets. So we're gonna try. We're gonna go here. No, it's gonna be secrets. Let's go settings. And what I want to do is I want to create a new. Is it down here? Yeah, I want to create a new OAuth app. This application is Tanzu VPN. Concourse Tanzu VPN. Concourse Tanzu laptop VPN. The home page for that is HTTP localhost 9000. The application description, I don't need. The authorization callback is let's go peek here. When we did the auth, configuring auth, GitHub auth, here, GitHub ID, there. Where did we create an auth application? The authorization callback URL must be the URL of the Concourse server. This address must be reachable by GitHub. It can't be localhost. Okay, so, okay, that's fine. So I don't have to, I'm not going to authenticate with GitHub over there. That's fine, right? So what that means is my YAML, that's fine. Get out of here. So what we're going to do is back here, we installed this. What we're going to do now is we're going to cancel that port forward. We're going to nano that Concourse values. And here, there's a default user. What's the default user? If I do getting started. Quick start, Docker Compose, install, test. Okay, that's fine. So we're going to do this, and we are going to, because it's VPN, it's behind all the stuff. That's fine. We got to get these things going, and I can, let's get it done, and then we'll make it perfect later. So we're back here. We're going to change this. We don't need any of this. We're gonna get rid of auth GitHub enabled, and we're gonna remove this. We're gonna use the defaults. And in fact, I don't need these either. Boop, boop, boop. All right, boom, done. So let's run that helm command again. And this is not an install, this is an update. Update. And I don't need to create the namespace. It says unknown helm update. Okay. But you know how to do helm uninstall concourse namespace concourse. You know how to do that. Done. And now I can just do the install again with my updated Concourse values. And we're gonna have Concourse. And it's running on port 9000, and we can connect to it with test, right? But this one's not exposed to the world, that's okay. This is just running on my laptop that's connected to my works VPN, so I can connect to the private repos, that's it. So we're in good shape. So we're okay. So now let's do these same things again. Let's say, hey, I've got a new pod name, and I'm not going to go there. I want to do 9,000. It says unable to forward port because pod is not running. K9s, or let's just do kubectl get pods in this Concourse namespace. There we go. Our web is now running. Let's try that again. All right, so now we're port forwarding 9,000. So now I'm going to go back over to that machine, and I'm going to go to hello localhost 9,000, and I'm going to log in with test. And it says invalid state token. It tried to redirect me back. So let's do this. I'm going to clear out the, I'm going to go to the developer tools. I'm going to clear out the cache. Let's just get rid of all the stuff that might be sitting around. So let's go to our cookies. Hello. Storage, local storage, session storage, clear, cookies, clear. Why did it do 127? I said localhost and it stuck with 127. Let's see if that does anything. So let's go back to localhost 9,000. And it says, yeah, it's handling the connection. It says, welcome to Concourse. Let's log in. Test. And invalid state. What does it say here? Oh. No, my browser. Why is it saying 127.0.0.1? It's using the loopback, but in my let me find my mouse. Let's look at that again. You know, this, I didn't set the external URL, so maybe I need to set that. Let's go back over here and let's set the external URL so that it's not doing 127.0.0.1. I want to tell it exactly where to go. Here, not there. http://localhost 9000. And then we're going to remove it, and we'll do it again. Get Helm uninstall. That's fine. And then Helm install with the new value. It'll stand up. Then we'll ask for the pod name. Fantastic. And then we'll do the port forward. Again, we're on this other machine. We're just trying to set up another cluster that has access to another set of stuff. Like, that's going to happen. Because I want to do stuff with you. I want to have stuff live. But also, I want to have these other things. So now it says forwarding 127.0.0.1 to 9000. All right, that's valid. So now let's go over and let's go to localhost 9000. Again, it says the page isn't working. It failed. Something happened. Port forwarded to pod and failed to find sandbox. Lost connection. Let's try it again. Concourse web not found. Group cuddle get pods and Concourse. Oh, something is failing. So it's, that localhost 9000, because we're inside the container and the IPs and stuff, it's saying like, yeah, I don't like that. Okay, so that's not gonna work. What do I need to do here? Because because it was the 80. Okay, let's try this. Let's uninstall. Let's do our edits. We're gonna remove this. We're going to reinstall it with those new values. And we'll grab the pod name. And now, instead of going to localhost 9000, I'm going to go to 127.0.0.1 9000. And maybe that was the invalid state where it got the cookie from localhost and it was trying to validate it against 127.0.0.1. So we're going to do the port forward to 9000. Unable to port forward because it's not running. Okay, it's pending, it's coming up. Let's check out our pods. Why is it still crash loop? I only changed the external URL. Okay, there we go. So it's running. Now we'll do our port forward. So now we're going to use 127.0.0.1 instead of localhost on that other machine. http://127.0.0.1:9000. And it says, oh, you can see that I'm connecting. Now I'm hitting the login. I'm going test, boop, and I'm in. There we go. We gotta be smarter somehow. So now I've got another pipeline over there that's similar to the pipelines that we've been working on, and that's fantastic. So now let's start to build something. We have a pipeline and the repositories are there. Now let's start to build something. Let's do some real pipeline work instead of just UIs, right? Where all we've done is make some UIs. So over there in that main, I'm gonna just have the one main, and I'm gonna give myself notes, right? I'm gonna capture this part. I'm just gonna put this over here into my Concourse. Dash, boop, boop. Again, I'm just being nice to my future self. Is that like, these are the things that I did. Export pod name, zoinkity zoink. And then I said kubectl forward. And I said, hey, it's not running. But then make sure to use HTTP :/x127.0.0.1 9000 instead of HTTP localhost 9000, right? Because how many times have I stumbled on that over the years, right? We're good. We're not going to stumble anymore because we're being nice to our future self. So we've got stuff, we've got clusters. Now I got to start dealing with secrets. I got to start having access to these things if we want to do some real work. So let's step back, and what we have is we have a repository. I don't need this. I don't need this anymore. I don't need that. Don't need that. We're good. Deshaun demo. We have this repository. We can pull that down, and let's do something with it. All right. So let's go back to our docs. Oh, sorry about that. Let's go back to our docs. And let's see what we can do. We had some pipelines. We worked through the getting started. Let's do some stuff. Fill in task. I think we already did these. Inputs and outputs, resources. We were getting into, and I don't remember where it is, so we'll just go through all the stuff that we did. The heart of Concourse, resources. We got the details. We have the versions. Like, we know this. Get steps. We did that. But we worked through all these earlier. Get steps, inputs, checks, put steps. We're going to build something. Right? Using external resource types. We know that we're going to make an external resource, but let's just build something first. Time for takeoff. We have some how-to guides for writing pipelines and examples of common pipeline workflows. Implement your own resource type. So here we go. Pipeline. Get guides, get basic operations, multi-branch workflows. We'll get into that. But let's build and push an image. Build an image and using it in a task. That's interesting. We did all of these things. Let's building and pushing an image. Busy box, blah, blah, blah. Defining pipeline and resources. A repo. A registry where we will push the image to. That's what we want. So let's add a Docker registry. But I need to know about the secrets. That's what I need. So where's that? These vars. This syntax. Let's talk about this. The full syntax for vars is source name secret path dot secret field. Interpolation. Values for vars are substituted structurally. That is, if you have foo bar, whatever value bar resolves will become the value of foo. All right. This can be a value of any type and structure, a boolean, blah blah blah. This is what I want to do. Val value name. Setting values with the task step. let's say we have a task config that looks like this. Okay, we could use vars to run this task against different versions of Go. Okay, that makes sense. Setting values with VAV. How about, ooh, what is this? With a template like this, let's say I put the private key var in a file called vars.yaml. Since it's quite large and hard to pass through flags, the fly validate pipeline command may be used to test how interpolation is applied by passing the output flag. The above incantation should print the following. All of the stuff. URL. Private key. Okay. Says note we had to use -y so the trigger true ends up with the Boolean value instead of the string true. Okay. Var sources experimental introduced. It's considered experimental feature until its associated RFC is resolved. Each var source has a name which is then referenced as a source name to fetch the test user from my vault var source. Var source. Cluster-wide. Concourse can be configured with a single cluster-wide credential manager which acts as a source for any vars which do not specify a source name. See credential management. So, the special source name var refers to a local var source. The precise scope for these local vars depends on where they're being used. Currently, the only mechanism that uses the local var source is the load var step, which sets a var in a local var source, provided to all steps executed in the build. Where do I bring in? Implemented along with the colon. So source name. Secret path, secret field. Yeah, keep your secrets. Keep your secrets separate from the rest of your config by using vars instead of hard-coding values. This allows your config to be placed under source control and allows credentials to be tucked safely away into a secure credential manager like Vault instead of the Concourse database. Aside from credentials, vars may also be used for generic parameterization of pipeline configs, templates, allowing a single pipeline to be configured multiple times with different parameters. Right, like a branch name. So let's go back. So the full syntax for vars is source name. The optional source name identifies the var source. So we have a bunch of var sources. We have, let's go understand what's our var source going to be. I've used CredHub in the past. Clearly I've got Bitwarden here. I disapprove of this message. What are you talking about? Tokens want to be tokens want to be free. So var sources considered experimental. They can be configured for a pipeline via pipeline var sources. Each var source has a name, which is then referenced as a source name to fetch test user from my vault var source. My vault test user.username. Currently, only these types are supported: Vault, Dummy, SSM, and Secret Manager. So, Vault, Concourse can be configured to pull credentials from a Vault instance. To configure this, first configure the URL of your Vault server by setting the following env on the web node. You may also need to configure the CA cert. You also need to configure the web node how it authenticates with Vault. See authenticating with Vault. Credential lookup rules. Okay, I know how that works. I've done that before. AWS SSM, we're not going to use. What's AWS SSM and ASM? I'm not going to use those. So I want a different way. I want to use my Cred Hub like I've done before. Let's do this cluster-wide credential manager. Concourse be configured with a single cluster-wide credential manager, which acts as a source for any vars which do not specify a source name. See credential management. Here's a copy-pastable example using dummy var source just to demonstrate named var syntax. So we put this var sources dummy. We put in simple hello, user name is big, password is secret. So we could say boop boop boop. We could get those values. So I could put this var sources into the pipelines, but then it's exposed in the YAML, and that doesn't help us, but it would prove out the stuff. And then the credential redaction would cover up those things. So let's do that. Let's just practice this. And let's do this as a print creds sample pipelines. Boop boop. New file. Print dummy creds dot YAML. Sure, we're gonna have some examples here, and then this is how we can put in secrets, right? This is a dummy source, and we'll pull out. So we expect that this will work. Let's put in our little tips to help us out. So we're gonna fly this up. Let's grab these. Print dummy creds. Fly to this pipeline. We're going to call this print dummy creds, and this pipeline file is print dummy creds.yaml, and we'll put it in. Let's just put it in the main. No, we'll put it in Java. That's fine. And then we will have this job that is called print creds. Or no, the pipeline is print dummy creds, and the job name is print creds, and it's going to run in this repo. So let's do this. We're going to slide here. We're going to paste that down here, and then we're going to do it again without that. And it's going to say like, "Hey, are you sure you want to put this in there?" Yeah, let's go for it. So now it's paused. So let's unpause it. And now it's unpaused, and now we can trigger it. So it's started, and because we have the secrets redacted, we should see redacted secrets. So it's fetching, it's doing its thing, it's going to grab that worker, and our secrets are redacted. That's good. We're doing stuff, we're moving forward. So now we know how to put in secrets, but this isn't acceptable. That's not gonna work for anybody. I'm trying to make this a repeatable process, and we're trying to learn. We want to do it the right way. So now let's attach a cluster-wide credentials. So let's go to credential management, going beyond encryption. Explicit credential management will provide credentials. And we have Vault and we have CredHub. But we also have this Kubernetes. We're on Kubernetes. I mean, Concourse can be configured to pull credentials from Kubernetes secret objects. To configure it, either enable the in-cluster client by setting the following environment variable on the web node. We would have had to set this Concourse Kubernetes in cluster on the web node, or set the path to a kube config file as web nodes need to retrieve secrets from namespaces that are not their own, they need extra permissions. Okay. All right, I think we're okay here. I'm going to scoot back because I have some automation around CredHub. So if I have a CredHub running somewhere and I point to the cert and I have a client ID and a client secret, then I'm pulling in from Concourse, which that's what I've done in the past, and that would be one way to go. And CredHub has different types. For example, the user specifies both username and password. Right. See, I kind of... Let's go see. Let's go see if we... Is there a CredHub? Home chart? CredHub is a credential management tool developed by Pivotal, assigned here. Kubernetes CredHub Helm chart. Lost cost, Kubernetes CredHub. Kubernetes Helm packages. Using CredHub for Kubernetes. Concourse, where would be the nice CredHub? We'll find it. We will find it. Let's just look for the CredHub repo. There's the docs. Here's CredHub. Centralized. CredHub CLI release. It's got a box release. It doesn't look like they are pumping out a Helm chart. Oh yeah, and there's the whole UAA thing. What's my easiest path forward? It's Kubernetes secrets. There's no doubt about it. All right, so let's go back. Let's go back to Kubernetes Credential Manager. I have to set up this Concourse with this Concourse Kubernetes in cluster true. Concourse Kubernetes in cluster, but that's probably already set since I deployed it with the Helm chart. Hey, Vladimir. Hi, welcome. I'm building pipelines. We're having fun. I've got like 5 hours to take my demo to another level. I've got a demo that I've done many times, but I want to make it look good. I'm talking about CI, and I would like to, in this demo, I'd like to show some real CI. So I'm using a tool called Concourse, and I'm kind of down in the weeds. I'm doing new stuff. This is not a session where I've got things prepared. I'm figuring things out. I'm trying to think out loud, but I'm glad that you're here. So thanks for hanging out. So I've got these Concourse, CI running. Let's do this. How do I don't know how to I don't know how to mod my own things. How do I ban at this one and ban at this one? Oh, that's weird. The user doesn't exist. That was fast. All right. All right, so we're cruising. And yeah, let's keep on going. Vladimir, welcome. What we are doing now is I'm going to assume that this is set. How do I find out? How do I ask my Concourse if that is set? But let's try some stuff. Let's go in. We validated how this is going to work. For this repo, we're going to pull it down. I want to do something else. I want to build. Let's have it build something. So let's go back to these pipelines, building and pushing an image. We were doing this part. Let's make our registry. So here I've got my GitHub repo. You know what? Let's do that. But let's make this. Let's swap this out. Let's make one. This is repository name. Will that work? If I push a pipeline, let's go check. Image repo name, it gets the image repo name. There are variables in this file that will fill out when setting the pipeline. Jobs, build and push, Concourse examples. So let's try this. Concourse examples, there's the Git. Yeah, we want to put that GitHub icon, right? That repo. Yeah, but then down here on our Docker registry, that's where we're going to push an image. So our name is Docker registry. The type is a registry image. The icon is Docker. The source says image repo name. I know this is going to be Deshaun. And I know this is going to be Deshaun. But I need to pass in a registry password. All right, so we're going to make this as easy as possible. This, for this one, it's going to depend. But I have, whoops, sorry about that. I have a repository. So this one that we're using, let's roll this one back. All right, for this repository, I know that this is the repo in that org is going to be the name of the repository for this example. So I know this is good. This is my username. Here's the repository where we're going to go for this image. So we're in good shape. So I need a way to get just this one password, this registry password, inside of this as a Docker or as a Kubernetes secret. So what this is telling me, if I create the job, we'll create a job that will build and push our container image. To build the job, we will need to pull in the repo where the Docker file is. I don't use Docker files. You shouldn't use Docker files. So I got my resources set. My job is going to be build and push. So let's do a new job called build and push. That this says Concourse examples. It's getting this repo. So down here, we have the repo exists. We're just going to remove that. We're going to say, let's do build and push. So get the repo. Fantastic. The second step in our job will build the container image. To build the container image, we are going to use the OCI build task. The OCI build task is a container image that is meant to be used in a Concourse task to build other container images. Check out the README in the repo for more details on how to configure and use the OCI build task in more complex build scenarios. Okay, so here's the task. Build image privilege true, yep, and it says config limit this Concourse OCI build task. Okay, so let's do this. This is the task. We're getting there, right? This stuff has to shift over. Here's the config. And next we will add the Concourse examples as an input to the build task to ensure the artifact from the get step, where the Docker file is fetched, we don't have a Docker file, is mounted in our build image step. Okay, so we are passing in imports or inputs, which is just in ours, it's just repo. Inputs name is repo. The OCI build test outputs the built container image in a directory called image. Let's add image as an output of our task so we can publish it in a later step. So the outputs are the image. Okay. Defining the build context. Next, we need to tell OCI build task what build context of our Docker file is. The README goes over a few other methods of creating your build context. We don't have a build context. So is this only work with Docker files? By specifying context, the OCI build test assumes a Docker file and its build context are in the same directory. Well, I don't want a Docker file. All right, so publish the container image. So run binary used to build the image. It says run build. So what we're going to do is we're not going to pass in parameters. What we're going to try to do is this binary used to build the image. What we're going to try to do is say run Concourse. So in that repository, I'll show you. In the repository, I always have the Maven wrapper there. So we're going to say mvnw spring boot build image. So that's what we want to do. We're back here. It says publish the container image. So I didn't give it a name. So if I use a Docker file, I know exactly what the name is. So this might not work for us. It's going to put that image.tar, yeah. So the entire pipeline. So that's not going to work. Oh, and I can pass these things in as variables when I set it. Well, that's pretty cool. So let's just do this. I think I need a different one. Let's look for a Concourse Spring Boot pipeline. So here's Spring Boot Concourse CI pipeline of Spring Boot projects. Let's go see what happens. Test package blah. We want one that's using the Maven wrapper. Okay. Docker image. There's the repository. Docker Hub username. Docker Hub repo name. Cool. Cuddle jobs. So they have Maven test with some YAML. They have a Spring Boot service. What is the Spring Boot service? Oh, that's the, okay. Trigger Maven test. It says do this. So they've got a task that does the Maven test. Do they have a task that does the build image? No. They have a task that does the Maven package. Okay, so let's do Concourse pipeline Spring Boot build image. It's got to be there, right? Spring Cloud pipelines. I think the Maven plugin came after these pipelines, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, you know what? I think we did. No, because we weren't doing boot build image because we were pushing. We were doing CF push. I'm on Creepy. I don't need to do a boot build image. Watch this. Let's go here. And let's get creative here. I have a repo. I have a registry. I don't need to push it to a registry. Let's just push. Give me the repo. Yep, let's go over here. And let's, where's the repo for Spring Cloud pipelines? Here. And let's go into Concourse. Pipeline. There's my repo. generate version. I don't need to do that. I use jgetver, but I can do. All these are in tasks. Where's my... Yeah, it all depends on the environment. So I want to see if I can do this straight up to Cloud Foundry. All right, here's our paths, stage params, test org. So we can pass these things in. I know what needs to happen. I'm close, but really, what I want to do is I want to get this example working. I know what needs to happen in order to make it, longer running, the better solution. So this is supposed to happen. It says it errored. This is supposed to happen between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. And it said missing image artifact source, BusyBox. Make sure there's a corresponding git step or task that produces it as well. Okay. What I need to do is, with that repo, I just need something that can run it because I don't have the advisor. I'm getting tired because that's why I'm getting scatterbrained. Builds a Java container with Concourse. This is coolish. So what I learned, we're going to build the steps, building a Docker image with Maven and Chip. No. Creating the testing task, the Docker build task, creating a pipeline prior to rebuilding. All right. All right. Concourse Java container. Java and unit tests. So yeah, let's do that test. Okay. That's all. That's Jib all set up. If you want to test it out, this cool. Creating the task, the testing task, unit test XML, unit test YAML. Let's do that. That sounds like a great idea. Let's do this. Let's put that into our task, unit test, new file, spring maven unit test YAML. All right. So let's take a look. This says on platform. There's no container limit. It says use the Maven 363 image from Docker Hub. Sure. Cache the Maven repository directory. Okay. We will provide an input called source to this task. Inputs name is git, outputs names build. It says source here, but it says name is git here. What's happening? I don't know what schema it's trying to validate against. That's okay. Here we'll keep on going. Outputs build. What do we want this task to do? Tell Concourse the commands it should execute in this task. Path, bin sh-c, maven -f the file from git pom.xml test. It says make this output available in the test job. cp-r those things over to build. Sure. So we're gonna test. The Docker build task. I'm going to run a test here, maven-f source, so that I can run this task separately from the Docker build. Okay. I'm creating a pipeline. So in that pipeline, I have my Git resource. Ours is a repo. And then I've got this registry name. We don't need that yet. Let's do this unit test. Let's throw this job in. And we're going to throw that in first. So in this Spring Maven repo, we're not doing the build and push. We're just going to do this new task unit. It's going to get the repo version just processed, the latest git commit, not every commit. This is the default setting. Just process the latest git commit. Yeah. Trigger this job whenever Concourse detects a new resource version, a new git commit. Yes. Run unit tests. This run unit tests comes from this other repo, right? Not this one. I have to give a new repo. It's going to come from pipelines. Let's call this Concourse pipelines. Concourse pipelines. It's GitHub Git, and it lives here at Sean, and it is called Concourse pipelines. The main branch. Cool. So now I've got two resources. I got in my pipelines, I'm going to be pulling from this repository, and I'm going to be doing work on this repository. Okay. So down here, I'm saying, hey, pass in the Git repo. And then for this task, I want you to run not the ones that are in this repo. I want you to run our shared set of tasks. So what I'm going to do is actually I can do that in parallel. Get this repo and get Concourse pipelines. And the task that I want you to run is in Concourse pipelines tasks Spring Maven unit tests. Spring Maven unit test dot YAML. All right, so first thing I'm going to need to do is I need to make sure that these files are up in Concourse. So let's do git status. Let's just add all those. Git add dot git commit fm spot git push. So now they're available and they will be readable by that Concourse deployment. And now what we think is going to happen is we're going to be doing this. We're going to pull down this image resource for Maven. It's 363. Let's not do that one. Let's go look at which Docker, the Maven Docker image, the official Maven image, and we're on later, 3.9.8, 3.9.8. YOLO, latest. Do these things. Ours is called repo, right? Our input is going to be repo for this task. And then it's saying the output is built. That's fine. And this, we'll see. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? Let's see. So let's let's update this. Git add latest. That's the image we want to use. And then let's push this pipeline up. We're just going to rerun this command. That is now running that task. Sure, we're making changes. And let's go run it. Let's validate. Like, hey, are we doing stuff? And it says resource not found. Which one? Let's go look. We're here. We are in Java.com. We have this new Spring Maven. It's trying to run, but it can't find Concourse pipelines. Wait, no, it did find Concourse pipelines. So it's running, it got the repo, found existing resource cache, and then here, selected worker cloning, it's doing its thing. And then down here, it's now going to do this run unit tests. All right, so now look at it says POM file git. Oh, there's where we're running into a problem. In here, remember our input is called repo. So our task needs to match, right? This needs to be repo. All right, that's cool. Git add repo push. So that task has changed. It's going to pull that down. Let's redo this. Let's go back and push those changes. It said no changes to apply. Let's trigger it again. It says resource not found. Error, resource not found. Oh, this job. I changed the job. It's just called unit. So we push the file. We're here. We're on build number 2. It has the repo. It grabs the Concourse pipelines, and now it's trying to run the tests. And look at there, it's pulling down the new Maven image to use. Selected worker, doing this, make this output available to the test job. So it's doing this, pulling down the dependency trees. This is good. We're making some progress. Like we're actually like now doing some work. And so it's beyond just, oh, what was that error? It said mount point not found. Oh, I used JGitver. That was there. So it's doing something. That's fine. We'll safely ignore that. Oh, it doesn't have a tag. That's why. So. All right. Oh, it's building the SBOM. It's doing fantastic. So wait, it said compiling 2 source files. Here it's a build failure. Failed to execute goal compile. Error version 22 not supported. So I need to come up with a different image. So what would be nice is if there was a Docker SDK man image. let's see. Using SDK-man as a Docker image for Jenkins pipeline, a step-by-step guide. There's the Docker file that does its thing. But I'd like to have one upstream. SDK-man candidates, vendor release, vendor broker, 128. Service backing the SDK-man CLI. Service. Okay. There, we can do that. Oh, I could run this first. I suppose. So inside of the unit test, I could say do this, and then let's see. I'm on the which repo cleaning. So one of the things that I can do is inside of my repo, I can put in an SDK-man RC, and I can say this is the version of Java that I want to compile against, so I don't have to do anything. And when I do that, if I run the SDK env init or SDK env install here, so if I install SDK-man and then I say SDK env install, I think I'm in good shape. I think it will install SDK-man and initialize with the version that it needs. So let's give it a try. Git status, git add dot, git commit, use SDK-man, and git push. So this is to get over the I don't know how to use Java 22. But additionally, because then I have this SDK install, what I could do is repo / mbnw test. Let's try it. Let's see. Let's just trigger a build. It's gonna say that, hey, my resource, this repository had a change, so it's gonna know to grab those changes. Found existing resource cache, cloning. Oh, I have to install. So I should just use a Ubuntu image. Like right, I want something skinny, right? That's the whole point. But really, I just want something to work. This is image resource, Maven latest. Ubuntu range. let's just try it with Ubuntu. Where is it? Hello. It is. Tags Docker pull Ubuntu. All right. Ubuntu. Where's 8.24.04? Git add git commit use to git push, and let's go trigger that build again. It's going to go pull down the Ubuntu image, which is probably, but once we only need to pull it down once, so that's fine. This is not going to cause me a whole lot of pain. So we're having trouble streaming to LinkedIn. This may be an issue with LinkedIn. It may be that LinkedIn only allows a 4-hour stream. So that's probably what happened, I guess. So we're still doing stuff. We're trying to upgrade. Errors unrecoverable. Does not exist in path. What? Oh, wait, what? Make this output available to the test job. We did this. Wait, did it pull down a new image? It pulled down Ubuntu, which is 28 megs. It ran this, and then it ran SDK env install repo mw test. Make this output available in sh. Oh, it said curl not found, SDK not found. Okay, so curl wasn't found, so we have to sudo apt install -y curl zip unzip. And then it'll be able to install SDKman, and then it'll be able to SDK env. Okay. Git add dot git commit add missing push and trigger. Baby steps. We're building blocks. Good morning from Germany. Hello. I'm glad. Germany, I'm working for one of your fellow countrymen. I'm working on spicing up a demo that I've got in just a couple of hours, and I've been working on this for a few hours. But I wanna make it. I want to give it a little bit of, I don't know what the German word is for it. Farfignuken. I want to give it some extra because demos are fun, but they can be better. They can always be better. So I'm using a tool called Concourse. Maybe you've heard of it. It's CI, and we're playing around and we're trying to make things pretty for this little demo that I've got going. So I'm practicing. I haven't used Concourse in a while, so this is what I'm doing. Maybe you heard last week that there was a company that had some mistakes. They let some code get out the door that caused some problems for a few customers, a few organizations, ran into some blue screens, and it was a whole big mess. So the whole path to production, it's important. And sometimes it's good to kind of revisit our assumptions on how we're getting software into production. So Concourse is a fun tool that gives us a lot of flexibility, and I like the UI. If I'm being honest, I really like the UI. And for a demo like I'm building, this UI, it's gonna hopefully, again, I still have a couple of 100 minutes before I need to demo this. So hopefully I can make some changes. Welcome, I'm glad that you're here. My name is Deshaun, I'm a Spring Developer Advocate. I love my job, I love what I do. It's late here, it's 1:30. But the demo I got, like I got the demo. I've done it dozens of times, and it's ready. But I just want to add a little bit more. I want to make it better. So that's what I'm trying to do. But I right now I'm making good progress, and I'm just gonna see if I can keep on. But I'm doing spring, and I'll say that when you come to my house for dinner, if you leave hungry, that's your fault. Here, you have questions, ask. Like, feel free to ask. Like, that's what I'm here. When I'm streaming, I want you to ask questions. Like, I'm making myself available to ask questions. But I'm just working. I'm not great at this, but I have fun. I'm trying to make things better, and I'll try to think out loud. I want to make this interesting. So whatever you're doing, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. So what did we do? We ran it again, and it said, hey, sudo not found. So I want to get a Ubuntu image, and I want to be able to update it. So Docker Ubuntu image apt install. Install Docker, how to install Docker, how to install and use Docker. Yeah, cannot install. Like, I can't do this. How do I fix this? Apt-get update. It's because there's no packages. Oh, gotta do the apt-get update first. We're just moving fast. So part of this process, what I'm doing now is I'm trying to have a Ubuntu image with all the tools that I need in order to build my Spring Boot app. And I'm just trying to build it and just run the tests. That's it. And I'm building it so Concourse uses Docker images as its runners. So everything is done in an image, and it scales up and scales out and does all the fancy stuff, but it makes it really flexible. But once I get these pipelines going, it'll be great. It'll be smooth, and we can improve it from there. But it's just kind of that first. It's almost like a new technology. I've used it in the past, and it's done great things. But now I just gotta I've been flexing, taking it for a spin, going through the docs and doing the demos, and now we're practicing. And once we get these back up into a nice state, we'll get them into a repository. Then hopefully we'll be able to use them across all of the repositories that we have. And we'll see. I mean, and if not, that's okay. So it's running, it's doing things. Found some existing resources. So now it's doing the update, apt update. Fantastic. It found some stuff. It didn't find some stuff. Go ahead. Unable to initialize front end read line. Okay, that's fine. Maybe. It's asking for permission of some sort. It's updating things. What could go wrong? It's just a Docker image running on my laptop. And you can see. So this is cool. If you want to see what's going on, we can do a couple of things. This URL, I'm using ngrok to expose my Concourse to you, so you can. Whoops, not that one. I'll put this URL up there. Oh, that was weird that it did that. But I want to do. It's https kaiju.deshawn.cc. That's the URL that you can get to here, and it has GitHub authentication. So right now you're not going to see anything. Actually, I don't think you'll see anything. You'll see a kind of an empty screen that doesn't have any groups or pipelines. But if you want to put your GitHub username, share it in the chat. I'll add you to the one that I'm working on, this Java Grunt. I'll add you to it, and then you can see the pipelines, and you can go in and you can play along, right? You can help me validate that this thing works. Oh, but look at this. Our run number 6 is green. Wait, 5 was green too though. But did it work? Look at, it says, oh, so I'm subscribed. So what I needed to do, the SDK install worked, but I got to do this part. I gotta use it. So we did SDK env install, and now we want to use it, and then do the stuff. Right? Oops. No, I did the install. This goes up here. I have to do this one before I have SDK on my path. And it's only taking a few seconds. So let's get add dot get commit source SDK get push, and we'll keep on going. So again, it's all YAML. I want everything as code. So what we're trying to do is make pipelines that we can use across all of my repositories. Right? I have hundreds of Spring Boot repositories. All of them are getting built the same way. I've got a consistent way of building things. So why would I want to make 100 different GitHub actions, GitHub workflows? I want centralized CI so that when I make a change to something, that all of my apps get it. That's what I want. So let's go and trigger that. Go and do your thing. And VMware Explorer is right around the corner. And really, I'm trying to make a little bit of a splash. I've got some pretty cool demos that are great and they work and people like them. There's a lot of value in them, so they say. But I want to make a splash. I want to make an impression. And I believe that if I show this new version of my demos, if I show them as pipelines, I feel like I'm going to do what I'm setting out to do. I think I'll be able to make a splash at VMware Explorer in Spring 1 that's a month away. I'm tired, but I'm still excited about this project. I still want to get things going. But I just got to get one pipeline through. If I can get one pipeline through, then I'm going to be in really good shape. So again, it said source not found. What? Ubuntu Docker image source not found. Source command fails, not found. Hey, I'm doing these things. Updating source string, blah, blah, blah. Source not found. All right, so it was closed. So that will not change the shell which you are running. If you move the source to a different run line, it should work. You can change the shell. This does not look like a bug, so I'll close the issue, but feel free to what? Run. Fails. Run. Bash. NVM command not found. So here, so use bash as replacement for sh. I don't have to do that. I can just run bash, right? So every run command starts a new subcontainer. All right, so let's just do this. So here, instead of using bin, let's use bash, or instead of using sh, let's try with bash. I like bash. Bash is cool. So git dot git commit -m use bash git push. We'll see. And then we committed it, right? We committed it. So now let's trigger it again. So this, building the Docker image and having the Docker stuff install every time, that's not great. What we would end up doing is making our own Docker image to use in our pipelines that have the things so that our images can build a little faster. Or we would, build those images as part of another pipeline and reuse them later. And since it's after midnight, that means I have a 6-year-old in the house, which is oof. Uh-oh. Now, so it says, hey, it SDK env install. It doesn't have it in here. So what I need to do, let's see, SDK env install I want to, it says couldn't find SDK env. Can I pass a file? Here's what I'm going to cd repo, then SDK env install, and now cd dot. I don't know why I need to do that. Just so that the rest of the stuff works, I guess. No, I don't need that. I can just go into repo, then do SDK env install, and then env test. I don't need to do this because I'm doing just build image. So let's just do this. Let's do env clean package. Make sure do all the stuff. Git add dot git commit create. And let's trigger that build. We're getting closer, right? We're getting closer to what we expect. We've come a long way in the 4-ish hours of the stream and the 1 hour that I did before that. Just like building out some pipelines, getting some things working. So now we've got pipelines that are actually building an artifact. Hopefully, this is the one. I'm feeling pretty good. We're going to build some artifacts, and that'll help. It's a slow process, but I don't care really if my pipelines are slow. Production is Raspberry Pis. Like, they're not fast either. So I am, I'm a Raspberry Pi enthusiast. A lot of these workloads I'm going to deploy to Raspberry Pis. So now that I'm running Concourse on Kubernetes, on top of Docker, on top of an ARM64 machine, this M1 Mac. Look at there, we're building. We're actually downloading and installing the proper JVM. Fantastic. Once that installs, then we'll go forward. And the thing is, most of the apps that I need to build, the way I'm going to deploy them, it's going to be the same stuff. So now I did the Maven clean package. And I know this. Something just beeped. Uh-oh, my infrastructure. Oh boy. Oh boy. So when I thought that I was going to do this demo in the morning, what I thought was I was going to get to take a nap afterwards. Haha, I was wrong. I didn't block off time on my calendar for a nap, so it's going to be a long day tomorrow. So here's what we need to do. I need to get something. I need to just get a little bit more. I might be able to get 100 minutes of sleep before the demo. So what I should do is I should make sure that my demo is still good. It's because I've been messing around for hours and I'm tired, and mistakes happen when you're tired. So this is looking good that I'm building and build successful. But what does that mean? That means that my pipeline ran, right? This is what was successful, is I watched it succeed. So let's go back and we can close some of this stuff, right? This and that and that. We can close. We'll use this as a reference, but we can close this. This is the repository that we're working with. Oh no, we're in Java Grunt, so this is the other one that we're going to work with. That's our repo. This is the one that we're working with. Those are some. That's the repository that we're in. We already did the install of Karifi. We had some notes. We don't need those now. I think we're okay. The one thing that I wanted to do was I want to see if I can do here. So we're in, this has been broken for a while. We're here in Java Grunt Spring Maven, and we ran our unit tests, and our unit tests passed, like all the things, mass, blah, 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 blah. All of that stuff passed. So we can clean that up a little bit, but it worked. So there, we can do one more piece. There's something special. These resources, there's resources that we can use. There's the resource catalog, right? I have a bunch of different types of resources that I can use. So let's take a look. I have a Bosch IO release. I have Concourse resource for interacting with Concourse pipelines. That's cool. Docker Compose, Docker image, a resource for Docker images. Get an installation token for your GitHub app. Tracks commits in a branch. GitHub, let Concourse pipelines interact with GitHub pull requests. That's cool. GitHub PR, GitHub release. Let's see if there's S3 December. Track change for projects. All right, find more things. So let's look through. I'm gonna see if there's any of these that I can use. Not an artifact hub, not artifactory. I just don't want to miss anything. Concourse resource for triggering, getting, and putting new versions of Docker container image artifacts within Artifactory. AWX, Bitbucket build, Bitbucket PR, Black Duck, Bosch config, Bosch IO, Bugsnag, Capistrano, Concourse resources for interacting with Cloud Foundry. I think I like that. The missing link between Concourse and Cloud Foundry. Push apps, create services, manage containers. Yeah, we're going to get into that. Chart Museum, Concourse, what? Wait, let's just, because let's take a look. Concourse CI type registry image, this repository here. And then, so I've defined the type, and then here's my resource. It's of that type. Here's the source, here's the username, here's the password. Let's do this. Because remember, this is running, or maybe you weren't here. I'm running this with Karifi, so I can do this. I want to do this. So let's just do, in this Maven pipeline, let's make a task. Let's copy this task, refactor, copy, and let's do a CF push. Yeah. So in this task, we are going to do this first. We're going to see if we can pull down that resource type and use this resource where do I CF version 8. All right. So does this resource need, I think I need this resource. I say platform Linux. I can use, this is my image. Cloud Foundry params free, or put Cloud Foundry create space. Or you can combine in a single command. Create org. And of course, if you have your org and space defined in the source config, it gets even more concise. The standard way to authenticate is to either use username and password or client ID and secret, which will save a config file containing the API endpoint and access token. For some pipeline workflows, it's necessary to authenticate using alternative methods and then supply the reconfigured this. All right, so resource Cloud Foundry this. So I have a job that says, hey, authenticate task. Authenticate. That's where we get the task output. And we push that. This is what we need. So first of all, let's see. Task. Configure Linux. Docker, it's doing this. Ubuntu. Push. CF commands, params, YAML, do the thing. And then put delete command via file input. I'm not sure about that. Create org, delete org, create space, delete space, allow space SSH, create private domain, delete private domain, create shared domain, delete shared domain. So let's go here and let's just local. I want to see what commands I need to do. Hello, CF. CF in this case is Cloud Foundry. CloudFoundry.org. I'm using a version of Cloud Foundry, a similar API of Cloud Foundry found in Karifi. And it gives me this nice just abstraction for me as a developer if my organization is using Cloud Foundry. Cloud Foundry is a PaaS. It's a platform as a service. And I'm getting into that. So here I've got Careefy installed. Earlier I did this install, so I have it locally. And we can jump over here, and I'm probably going to share some secrets, and that's okay. We're on my regular laptop, and I'm going to do CF. I'm going to say apps. Right? There shouldn't be any apps. CF target, CF target dash O advisor, I think, advisor dash S advisor. All right, so why am I not logged in? When we deployed, please hold. When we deployed CF, I don't think I logged into it. So I deployed it, and I just don't think that I logged into it. So I have the steps that I want to take to initialize. So let's do that real quick. And I will hopefully, not make too much of a fool out of myself. CTX. We have this kind Careefy clusters. Kind is Kubernetes running inside of Docker, and then we put Careefy on top of that Kubernetes. So if I go here, and I'll show you that this little Kubernetes cluster has got a cert manager, it's got Concourse, it's got Careefy, it's got a Careefy gateway, and it's got some ingress. So it's set up to run. So I actually started learning Spring Boot following Chad Darby's course. That is fantastic. I am a Spring developer advocate. I love Spring Boot. That's my jam. And this, right, Spring Boot, production ready features, enterprise grade stuff. It's great for a developer. It's fun to develop in, and as you move on and hey, I've done this cool thing, you got to get to production. So you need a path, you need a pipeline, things, so you have it automated and continuous and go. So there's these CI, continuous integration systems. Concourse is one of them, and Concourse it's a great tool. So I'm building and I'm demonstrating using Concourse to take my Spring Boot app and deploy it someplace, update it, keep it going continuously. That's what we're doing. So now let's see if we can do something with that. So let's set our API. So far, so good. I'm gonna go over here and grab a little bit of stuff. I'm gonna grab just this whole handful of commands. And I'll show you hey, so I'm authenticating as CF admin. That got set up. And then I said, hey, target, I want to create an organization called advisor and a space called advisor. What I should do is I should change that. I'm going to say CF create org. I'm going to create an org called Deshaun-Cloud. So the org matches, no, I'll do a Java grunt. JavaGrunt-com. And then we're going to say CF create space inside of that org, JavaGrunt-com, called, the one that we're working with is clean. Cool. So now we're going to go CF target. This is where I want to put things. CF target-o JavaGrunt-com-s. This is the space that I want to work with. Clean. And if I say CF apps, there's no apps there. And the cool thing, don't worry, you understand the rest of the CI/CD pipeline. Awesome. Actually, never encountered Cloud Foundry before because I work in a regulated. Actually, Cloud Foundry is actually really, really popular in regulated industries because of the things that it provides. What is that, you ask? Let me show you. So it says, hey, we aren't allowed to use public cloud. This is not, I'm doing this on my laptop. So you can have Cloud Foundry in the data center and it's like having a public cloud inside of your data center. You can do some really, really amazing things. everything has to be done manually. Oh, I'm very familiar with this continuous authority to operate and how you can do these things. Cloud Foundry is the tool that you need. Like OpenStack, but better. In fact, Cloud Foundry can run on top of OpenStack. And so you can have all of your virtualized infrastructure optimized and balanced out for you, continuously maintained, and with something like Concourse with wonderful pipelines, you can have it so that's all maintained and updated, and do things like signing your containers. So yeah, like fantastic. I'm glad. So Cloud Foundry is an open source tool. It's an open source PaaS. It's part of the Cloud Foundry Foundation, which is now a part of the Linux Foundation, and it's been around for a long time, over a decade, and it's really cool. So I'm going to show you. Like, stick around. So I'm running a form of Cloud Foundry on Kubernetes because I'm doing it on my laptop. Because when you're going to production, you want to have that continuity, the environment parity between your laptop and production. You want to have things as similar as possible so that, yeah, we don't have any mistakes, right? It works on my machine, and it should work in production too. So what we're doing right now is we've made some pipelines and we're doing some things here, but I want to validate something. I have this Spring Boot app, cd fun java grunt com. That's in here, com java grunt service clean. Cleaning. All right, so let's go back and fix this because I made it clean here. Let's do cf delete space clean. Really space, yes. Deleting space clean in org java grunt com. So it's going to go and delete the things that it had, and I'm going to make a new one called cleaning just to match. Target, no, we're going to create space cleaning. So here's the fun thing. We're going to go to target cleaning. So I use Spring Boot, and this service runs on something like a little Raspberry Pi like this. It's got a little camera on it, and I may or may not put one of these in my child's room, and I may have it just like take a picture 3 times a day. And at any point, if the room is not clean, that room, their internet access is going to get off. So I have 4 kids, and child 1, if their room is not clean, all of their devices are cut off because each of my children and my wife have their own VLANs. So I can cut off internet access for any one of the members in my house. So that's what this thing does. This Spring Boot app uses OpenCV to go and take a picture, and then it sends it to a Spring AI app. Another app actually calls the device and calls that service to get it. But this other app, let's go over here, GitHub, and these are public, javagrunt-com, the clean checker. This one uses Spring AI to call out to that device that's running in my child's room, and it says, hey, go grab a picture from the room. We'll do it 3 times a day. Go grab a picture, and then I want you to take those bytes, and I want you to send those bytes to this AI. And the AI is set up. The AI has been told that you are in charge of making the children keep their rooms clean. Clutter is not allowed. Beds need to be made. Doors and drawers should be closed. That's the rules. AI, LLM, that's what you do. And I'm asking the question, is the room in this picture clean? And in this one, I'm saying, hey, give me that image analysis, and that image analysis is just giving me a Boolean value that I can use to decide whether or not the room is clean or not. It passes the details back as well, but I need this Boolean value in order to trigger the cutting off of the Wi-Fi. So why not train like an ANN model on a clean NOC? That's what I did first. Now listen to this. So a binary classification, that's what I did back in 2020. I had gigabytes worth of pictures of my kids' rooms. You know, when the lights changed, the pillows here or here, the bed's made, but trying to figure out if the room is clean on my own data set, I spent many, many hours trying to do that demo, and I built my own set. Hot dog or not hot dog, right? Is it clean or not? I had to build my own set of data in order to do that thing for one room, but then I've got 4 kids. I had to have this massive data set for my kids' room, but not anymore. See, what we've got now today, one of these big benefits is, if I go here and I'll just show you a little bit. I did this on a stream, you know, it's just a little tiny bit of code. So I go over here, and this is the room behind me. This is the same room, and it's still pretty messy, but I was building this, and instead of having my own multiple gigabytes, and if my kid moves their bed, I'm shot because the camera's in one spot. So what I had to do, I got to get rid of all of that data, and I simply ask an existing LLM, in this case it's Lava or OpenAI, you know, would do it work. I take a picture of the room and I just ask it, is it clean? And here it says, hey, no, the room does not look clean. It says there are various items scattered on the couch, such as electronics, cables, blah, blah, blah. The room's not clean. So I don't have to build any data set. I get this for free in like the amount of code, this amount of code took like, it was an hour, and I built both services, and I had both services running in an hour of streaming. You can go watch the stream yourself. This is a whole lot nicer, a whole lot easier than the hours, and I mean hours over weeks building that data set and trying to figure out, no, because I gave up on, is the room clean? And I started using, is the bed made? As the proxy for if the room is clean. So, and that was just in 2020 that I did all of that work. But now here, 4 years later, it's this much code. And because I can use Spring AI to access that model, like the sky's the limit, man. You get all of this stuff freely available, and I'm running the model, Lava, I'm running that on a Raspberry Pi. Actually, it was running on these Raspberry Pis. I had multiple models running on Raspberry Pi, so everything is running on Raspberry Pis. It's all here, so the pictures of my kids' rooms not going out into anywhere. It all stays here. I can do all of that inside my house. And that's cool. Yeah, it is huge. That's okay. And Llama, I'm using Lava. So here I use Ollama. And they've got models. They got a whole library of models. And I used Lava, which is, it's based on Llama, but it has the vision. So I can send it images and ask it information about images and do really interesting things. So that's pretty slick. So yes, I tried downloading the 8B parameter model. It was like, yeah, that's fine. I downloaded it once. I have it running. So like on my laptop, right, Docker PS. Oh, so I'm not doing it here. No, I'm not doing it here because I'm in this project, but I think if I jump over to my other ones, let me see if it's running over here. I know I have these models, Docker PS. I'm not running there either. I'm definitely running on that one. Hold on, let's bring up this other machine. This is my MacBook Air. And let's see if we can talk to that guy. talk to that SH. Can you and sure. Docker PS. There it is. So on my MacBook Air, which does not have a GPU, I'm running Olama, and I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna say, hey, Olama Docker here, and we're gonna run this little command. I don't have these commands stuck in my head, so we're gonna say this. On this machine, we're gonna do this, and we're gonna say Olama models or list. I don't remember what it is. Maybe it's I don't remember. Let's see. Where's the Olama list models? Olama list models. No. Where's the CLI command to list the models? Olama. Let's see. OCI runtime exec failed. List models. List. So on this one, I have just Llama 3. So yeah, 4.7 gigabytes, that's fine. But the thing is, it can run on Raspberry Pis. So those are Raspberry Pi 5s. They're 8 gigs of memory, but the models can sit on the disk, and on the Raspberry, it takes a little bit longer, but that's okay. Oh, awesome. Hey, thank you for your help on my work. I'm working on the same thing. Like, that's awesome. That's awesome. He said, whoa, so you don't need to set up Torch with Flask or anything? Man, I have, no, yeah, no. Like, so Spring AI is so easy to use that I'm a Spring developer advocate. I work with customers all over the world. Customers that have done all the things in the Python, and Python's not great at, performance wise. Maybe this is let's look at language energy efficiency. Like you've heard about the GPUs and how much energy they're using, and yeah, maybe, who knows, we might kill the world, but I don't have to help out with that, right? So this is from 2018, I think. So it's a little old, but these are the languages, and this is like the normalized results for energy. So like the bottom one, C, like, hey, that's cool. Then we get there, Rust, C++, performant, fantastic. But these are optimized for energy efficiency, not developer efficiency. Here we have Java, right? I took that line from my teammate Josh. Here we have Java that's rounded to twice as costly, right, as C. But then take a guess. Actually, put in the chat, where do you think Java was 3 and Python was 75? Yep, you've seen it. I think it was 87 though, right? 75, yeah. So you've seen it. Amazing, right? Like, so energy costs money. So these data centers that are running Python workloads, they are spending more money because they're more cooling, more CPU. It's not as efficient. So you can imagine at scale, if I can get a massive reduction in the cost of running my data center for an organization, especially that's has to be in the data center, there's always going to be more workloads that are coming. They're never going to say, oh, you know what? We're not going to do as much. We're going to shrink the data center for next year. That doesn't happen. They want you to do more with the same or less. So customers are able to save boatloads of money when they're moving those Python workloads to Java. Fun fact, have you heard of GraalVM? GraalVM allows us to take our Java code and deliver it as a native, statically linked native binary, which is going to be closer to that C++ results for efficiency. So just fun stuff. But yeah, this is awesome. So yeah, there was another study by Intel saying that like 95% CPU workloads of JavaScript and Python are just moving data around in memory and manipulating memory stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah, I totally get that. We're figuring it out. Hopefully we figure it out before, we destroy the planet. But the other nice thing I like about Raspberry Pis, I have a lot of Raspberry Pis, but the Raspberry Pis don't take up much power. So I can do some really, really cool things. And I'm pretty sure you can hear that I'm getting beeped from work, so please hold. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, like that's cool. So now, here's where we are. So what I'm gonna do is, I was just showing you that I'm running Ollama and that I do a lot. So let's get out of there because what I wanted to do is I wanted to log in. Not there. Where did I log into my Cloud Foundry? CF apps. There are no apps found. So I'm in this Java Grunt com org, and for me, I use the org to map to my GitHub org where this code lives. And I'm in not clean checker. I'm in cleaning. So what I've done is on my local machine, I'm just in that cleaning repo. Let's do a git pull. And then what I want to do is just CF push. And what does it say? It says CF push app name. Okay. CF push cleaning service. So it's going to take the source code and it's just going to send it. So I don't have to build a container. I don't have to do anything. You know what? I didn't set a builder, so let's see what it does. It's uploading all the files that are in this directory, and I'm just going to let the platform take care of building the container and standing it up, and we'll see. So I'm going to go back here, and I'm going to ask myself. I'm going to close down the Ollama stuff because I just set up the Cloud Foundry, the Karifi install. And I did it with the tutorial. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this. And where's this is the steps that I like. So we're here. We did that. We clone this. We CF push. So at a high level, it does this. It's using KPack. So I didn't have to set, according to this, I didn't have to set a builder. And look at this, Jonas. Hello, welcome. How are you doing? Man, it is. Yeah, it's getting late, but I love what I'm doing. I love my job, and I love that I can do this on my little laptop here while I'm streaming. Like I've got Docker running, and then I've got Kubernetes running as a kind cluster, and on top of that, I installed Karifi and I installed Concourse. And I just now did a CF push. I said, hey, just go get this app running for me. But I didn't want to configure it. I didn't want to package it. I didn't want to do any of the stuff. I just said, hey, go run it. And what I'm hoping is it works. That would be nice. Because I'm working on a demo that I've got in like less than 3 hours. So if I finish this in a half hour, I can maybe get like 1 hour of sleep. And then I can do my demo. We'll see. But I want to just like get it to a little bit further along. The demo's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. It's totally going to be fine. But what I'd like to do is make it so that the demo is not just like, fine, I'm showing all the cool stuff, but I'd like to make it like pretty and show like, hey, like this, ooh, look at that. I want it to be a pipeline. I don't want it to be like clicky, running things manually. I want it to be automated. And then I'm going to pull out some old school stuff, Spring Cloud pipelines, is a great project that can crawl repositories and set up pipelines so I can have a lot of stuff automated. And every time there's a Git org that I bring into my path to production, I can literally just bring in the entire org worth of repositories. So let's go back to Java Grunt. I can point Spring Cloud Pipelines, the crawler. I can point it to, my GitHub repository, github.com, Java Grunt, or yours, right? I can just point it to the org, and it will look at all of the repositories. And if it finds .NET, it'll build a .NET pipeline. If it finds Maven, it'll build a Maven pipeline. If it finds Gradle, it'll build a Gradle pipeline. And it'll automatically set up those pipelines. And anytime that anything changes in that org, the pipelines will automatically get updated. That's nice. So my pipelines are all centralized, and all of the smarts and the intelligence for keeping all of my apps maintained and updated and current and using the latest build packs, signing those images and getting them to production, all of that is done in a centralized place. So when I make a change, when I switch from Java 22 to Java 23, I can do it once and I can have everybody get those benefits. But I'm not going to do it like CrowdStrike. I'm going to have gates where, hey, I'm upgrading these jobs to Java 23. I'm going to make sure that those jobs all pass. And when those jobs pass, then that allows me to hit the gate. I'm going to click the button. This is the manual trigger required here. And so I'll give these guys some time to use 23 and get out the door. That's right here in September. And then after some of the workloads have been validated in production on Java 23, then I'll hit the gate, and then I'll go and I'll deploy 23 to the rest. We have these things. We can do these CrowdStrike preventative type things. Yes, CrowdStrike is, it's going to be, I mean, that was a pretty massive mistake, and I don't blame anybody. Hug ops, right? We want them to survive, right? But there are also good lessons. And this is why, partially why I'm like, yeah, like pipelines are important. The path to production matters. But it's 2024. We know that there are better ways. Something like that shouldn't have happened, but it wasn't, a developer's fault. And what I'm saying here is if we have centralized pipelines where we know what the best practices are, we make sure that nothing that goes to production has that ability. Nobody can scoot through. We're going to validate on 5% of our environments, 10% of our environment. We're going to make sure that things get validated before they get scale. We know how to do that. There are thousands of patterns for doing that. And I'm just going to make one that's easy that I can give you, and you can push your button and you can go. That's the goal. So that's what I'm working on. So let's see what we've done. This is still pushing and going. It's taking a long time. So right now I'm not sure what's happening, to be honest. But I have a lot going on, so maybe it's just too much. So let's take a look here. Concourse CTX. Let's go here to K9s, and let's see what's happening in the thing. 28% memory, 3% CPU. It doesn't. Do I have any? Everything's done. Like I have some jobs that are running. I have a worker that's running. But I would expect. Okay, back. Okay, like it doesn't look like there's anything crazy going on. So let's do this. Right, Canary deployments are great. I'm a fan. So let's see CF apps. Let's see what we see. So I have this service is stopped. Why is it stopped? Why is it stopped? It says staging the app, pushing the app. Oh, okay. I'm on ARM64. So I'm wondering if, so the API that I'm using on top of kubectl is Karifi. So that build process is running inside of KPAC. So I'm building these things inside of uh, yeah, Karifi and KPAC. So I can do CF. Is it logs? Cleaning service. Okay, let's do this. CF logs help. I think it's dash recent. Yep, CF logs dash recent cleaning service. Right, there's not a whole lot there. But this says it's still going, and that's okay. I got a lot of stuff happening, but it's hopefully a billion image. Let's go back here. And when we do our CF push, here's what happens. We expect this to come up, but there's a way that I can kind of watch the build process. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. Let's see if we can find it. It might be on here where we did a push, but we didn't go look at it. There's a way. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. Let's go back and let's see if we can get some insights into why this is stuck here. There's the install. We're doing stuff. Installs. We did that. So we did. Let's see what else we can see. App. Cleaning service. So it says it's down. So there's nothing. So it doesn't look like there's an image. Oh. I wonder if my registry is Docker PS. Oh, it's inside the kind cluster, and it was there, right? We saw that there was a local registry. Local. Oh wait, did I? Yeah, local registry right there. Okay. We'll give it a minute. I would like for it to go. What else can we see here? Events. Cleaning service. API endpoint not found. Blah blah blah. Okay, that's not working. Checks the logs of the workers. So how do I interface with KPAC that's running on? Let's do this. Gravy was kubectl. So namespaces are like this. These correspond to the organ space. So there's the pods in that space. The pod marked completed. So over here, when I go to K9s, and right now I'm showing all the namespaces, and these are the pods. So if I go down, what we're expecting I don't see pods. I don't see pods for my new namespace. How do I run a container? How do I check on my pods? Getting apps in that space. It's not started. Same thing, we already did that. How to configure my application to handle more traffic. How do I allow traffic? No. How do I restart pods? How do I update application to a new version? How do I create isolation? No, those aren't the things that I want to do. Let's keep on going. We'll figure this out. Org spaces, roles, get namespaces, but let's see that. Right, CF get cuddle. Okay. So I do have orgs and spaces, but they don't have any pods in them. That's why they didn't show up. CF org GUID for tutorial. So let's do CF org GUID for java-com. Here it is. So in this org, C9, there we go. And then let's CF space GUID, and we called the space cleaning service, or cleaning, just cleaning. All right, so there's our space, and let's do kubectl get pods -n here. There's nothing there. There's no resources. All right, so something must be wrong with my KPAC. Okay. What's the app look like? Resource mappings. No, I want to. I want to dig in. It's stuck on KPAC for sure. This. Jump back. These are the tutorials. Overview, creepy. I want to find the. There's a tutorial somewhere that shows me, hey, yeah, let's go look and see what's happening inside of KPAC. And you know what? Now that I say that, there was something that I didn't do when I installed this. But no, let's do this. Oh, look at it timed out after 15 minutes. Let's do this. Let's try another move. Let's go back here to this, and let's just make sure that one of these apps uploads. So let's do this Karifi sample. Let's go over here, and let's grab that, and let's go into Karifi sample, and let's CF push. So here we have a manifest, so it's going to use that, but that's okay. CF push. It's going to push it into the same Java Grant cleaning, and let's see if that works. And this is just going to tell me if my KPAC is configured properly. But this is a small app. We'll see. So we'll let that go, but it's tiny. It's only 848 bytes, whatever is happening in there. It's tiny, and that's okay. So now, okay, we're gonna pivot back. I'm still trying to move pipelines, and what I was hoping to do was take one of these apps from a repository and then just CF push it to this running Karifi. That would be nice. Excuse me. Because I found this, so I'm going to bookmark this right here. And I okay here. I just want to, it'd be nice. I'm starting to get the feeling that my K-Pack, my builders, and also I feel like I missed something because I've done this setup before, but I was doing it on an x86 and I feel like I missed something. I think that it's because I'm on ARM64 and I don't have my multi-architecture build packs configured in the builder. I think that's the problem. And that's okay. That's okay. So, do you mind bearing with me while I do a quick demo before I call it good? I'm gonna walk through. We'll see. And it also just might be that I'm just like I'm running too much stuff on this machine. But let's do something real quick. I'm glad you're here. I appreciate you. That's probably going to time out. So let's move on. It's okay. It's late. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Let's scoot and let's go here. And we're gonna do a little fun strong Tanzu essentials. This is the lame demo. I can't even look at it anymore. It's so lame. I don't know how to type. Sorry, I gotta do my passwords. Blah. Let's go. Let's get out of there. Fun, Sean. Blah. See, I'm tired. I can't even type my password. I took all the labels off my keys, so I don't know if I'm doing it. I can't do this right. I'm not doing it. I gotta change this. I don't know how to type my password. Oh, look at it, worked that time. All right, so now I've got passwords. We're doing stuff. Get status. Do we have anything changed? Oh, we changed a lot. But we're gonna do it anyways. What could possibly go wrong? Do I need to run everything? That's right. Let's jump over here. And we're just gonna do this demo one time, and we're gonna go to bed for like an hour, and then we're gonna have a long day. So let's go to our demo, and let's see what we can cut out. We have. We're gonna do the vendor sync. We're gonna pull things in, and then we locally. We don't need to initialize Karifi. We don't need to initialize Concourse. We don't need to initialize ngrok. Oh, and we're gonna be good. So let's go back here and let's do it this way. And are you ready? Are you paying attention? Because it's gonna go fast. So we're gonna try this. We do a sync. We're gonna pull on all the stuff, the latest and greatest, and then we start. And Jonas, you've seen this. And oh, it says repository not found. That's okay. Wait. Okay, so now it's pulled it down. We did it. So now I have a Spring Boot app. I have a new fork that I forked it from the Sean Hello Spring Boot 2.6, the one that I use all the time, and I forked it into the Sean Demo. So now I've got Sean Demo Hello Spring Boot 2.6. And then, oops, it opened up over here, just like to show that's where it opened. So here's the new thing that we just created a second ago. And we're gonna keep on going. So now we're gonna use Java 8. I'm just switching to Java 8 and we're gonna run it. And it'll run, right? Because I've done this demo a bunch. Hopefully I didn't break anything. So it runs, it starts up. We're gonna check that it's healthy, right? This is something that, this whole demo is stuff that should be in your pipeline, things that you would do. So hey, it's running. You might not capture metrics in your pipeline, or maybe you will, but it's running right now at 390.8 megabytes of memory, which seems higher than it should be for this demo. So maybe there is stuff going on here. So we stop it. Like, we don't want to do that. What we want to do now is we're going to use this advisor tool. It's my favorite feature of the Tanzu platform. And what the advisor is doing is right now it's doing a build config. It's basically building some configuration around this repository. It knows it's building an SBOM. So let's click into it. So here's like the top level information. It's got some Git metadata. It's got an SBOM, like all of the dependencies that are in this repository, all the third-party dependencies all the way down, any submodules that are there, and the tools that we're using. So we can take a look at the tools, and it's saying, hey, in this project, we're using Maven 3.9.1 and Java 8. And then I've got to fix this because there should be a quote there. So we can see all the dependencies from the SBOM. But now I just want to push that up to this advisor server. So just take that config, take that data and push it up to this server. And then this server is going to analyze it and tell us some details. So we're connecting to the server, hopefully. Hello, I'm glad I ran this. Where is my... Why is my server not responding? Why? What happened here? Hold on. Something happened. Oh, what happened? Oh, I know what happened. I had my vendor sync broke it. PNPM. Please hold. PNPM install. That's going super slow, man. All right, now run and good, fantastic. And now this should. This is the problem. What did I do? So I'm glad that I'm going through this because that'd be really awkward. I'm going to be tired already, so I got to make sure that these things work. How did I do it? Oh, dang it, I remember. I had to make a change. This didn't work. I had to make a change. Oh boy, I'm glad that I didn't go straight to bed. So it's using white. Where did it go? So it's using white under the covers, byte config host server. So I need to change this value in this config, and I don't have that automated yet, so I gotta go do that manually, and I gotta be careful that I don't screw that up again. All right, so I'm editing this, and it was in server host, and that host value is, it says host. I can do a string or a boolean. Defaults to local host, but I want it to be, I can just set it to true. Set this to 0000 or true to listen on all addresses. So if I just say true, Control X, and then rerun it, boom. So now, here, fingers crossed, boom. But when I uploaded that, it didn't upload, right? It uploaded to the server. Did the server get it? I need to restart the server. I can't type my password. Why do I have to do it again? Invalid master password. Ugh. Hold on. We're getting there. We're gonna figure it out. And I'm still getting pings at work. It's almost 3 a.m. here. So give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. All right. Let's see if we can bring things back to good. And I'm super glad that I did this before going to bed, because it would have been an absolute mess to try to do this with as tired as I am and all that. So now we have our server up and running. We have our stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump into the middle of this demo. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm gonna cancel it here, and I'm gonna make a fix because I wanted to show those refs. So let's see if we can do that. Let's see if I can make that fix real quick, where I show the refs. Where did it go? Let's fix. Okay, show the S-bomb refs. I can just do this. I don't have to slice that up. Let's just show the S-bomb. Let's just show the S-bomb. And is there anything else I want to do? We're pushing. Yeah, we've cleaned up the A. All right, I think we're good. So let's run it again. So it's going to delete the repository, and it's going to refork the repository, and then give me a new clone. And it's doing all those things, and then it'll have a little pause. It's like, hey, we're good. We can go. We can see, hey, there's the repository that we just deleted and cloned again. We jump back. We use Java 8. We start it up. Cool. We validated it's healthy. 364. Remember last time it was 390? I knew it was higher. I've done this demo 100 times. So we stop it, and now we're going to use the advisor to build a config. This time we're going to hopefully see the S-bomb. And we can look at the config file, but we're just showing one part at a time. All right, build config is generated. Let's take a look at it. So this is the top level keys that are available. So we're going to look at the tools. We can see that this project's made with Maven and Java 8. And then we're looking at the S-bomb. Here's the S-bomb. Here's those refs that I was trying to get to parse proper. But now let's push that up. I can see that it actually landed on the server. That's good. And now it should open up the server. And now, oh, this is frustrating. What happened? I know what happened. I need to do one more thing over here. It says, yeah, I can't get it. So I need to do this real quick. Restart this server. So now it knows. Wait, does it know the back end? No, there's one more change I have to make. It's in .env. There we go. Obviously it's 8090. All right, let's try again. Oh, file does not exist. What happened? Come on. Right, I did run it on 8090. Show me. What? File does not exist. What happened? What did I do? Jonas, this is frustrating. And it's because I'm tired, 100%. I can close this. This. Why is it doing? Is there like Here's what I'm gonna do. RF node modules, and we're gonna do it again. There it is. There it is. All right. So there's the config, the advisor config. It sends it up to the server, and then the server does some analysis. And the analysis says, "Hey, look, you've got some problems. And your CISO knows that you've got problems, and this is what's keeping your CISO up at night. Your CISO's up for the wrong reasons. I'm up because I'm having fun. Your CISO's up for the wrong reasons because they're worried about all these vulnerabilities. But there's something different about this report. This report shows you what part of those dependencies are still getting OSS support, and it also shows you like how far away from the latest you are. So it gives you like, hey, this is just like a distance to upgrade. You got a ways to go if you're running Java 8 and Spring Boot 2.6. But we can help with that. So just keep on going. We imagine you're in your pipeline and you do this and you run this advisor upgrade plan. Go get me a plan. So we're talking to that same server based on what the server knows. We're saying, give me a plan. And the server says, the first thing you should do is upgrade from Java 8 to Java 11. And it's got a steps all the way to get you to the latest and greatest Spring Boot 3.3.2. So let's go. Let's run it. So here I'm saying advisor, do the upgrade plan, apply it. And then I want you to push it back to the repository. Push it back to the repository that we just made. So remember, we made a fork here. And we'll see that in just a moment. So I'm going to get, I might be able to get an hour of sleep if I hurry. So here our apply is done. And now we can see when we go, whoops, back to that demo, we can see that now I've got a new branch, the moving Java to 11. I've got a new branch, but then I also have a pull request that's been created with all of the changes in this repository that move that code. All right, so this was there, it was extra, but we're doing this, and that's really the only change. These are artifacts that should get ignored, but that's okay. We have the stuff, it's moving, and we're in good shape. So this is cool, and we can see that those changes work. So I'm switching here to Java 11, and we'll do the same thing. We'll run our tests. Let's say go and build this, do the clean package, start it up, make sure it works. We're still on Spring Boot 2.6, but now we're using Java 11. Go make sure it's healthy. It is. And look at this. Just by upgrading to Java 11, look at how much memory, how much smaller it is. It's normally not that much smaller, but it's still pretty cool. So just by upgrading to Java 11, we have a smaller footprint, and this is how Spring Application Advisor works. The advisor with a server, it's stuff that you can run on your platform as part of your path to production. You can run these things. That's the demo. That's it. We're just showing like, hey, we're pulling from these repositories. There's one more piece that I should do. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to go get some sleep. This is a long stream. And I've had fun. And I thank everybody for hanging out with me. I don't know that I've had this many people on a stream, like total, for a while. So it's been fun, and it's late. And I hope you had a wonderful day, and I hope you're ready for a wonderful day tomorrow. I love my job. I love what I'm doing here. And when I get that demo that we just walked through, when I get that looking like this with Concourse, oh, it's going to be so nice. It's going to be nice because there's going to be a little branch for each one of those plans. And then somebody's going to have to go like, yeah, all those things work. I want to merge that down. And it's going to be, it's going to be great. And hashtag not CrowdStrike, right? We're going to build these things properly, and we're going to stay maintained, and we're going to validate our pipelines, and we're going to be secure all the way to production. Thanks for your time. It was fun. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. I'm going to go try to get some sleep. And then maybe tomorrow we'll do some more streaming. Take care.